Ah, wrong button. Here we go. I pressed the wrong button, but here we are. So nothing happened. Hello, everybody. It is Saturday, once again. Starting at exactly 5 instead of like a little bit earlier like I usually do. Some stuff happened, but we're good. Hello. Alrighty. Okie dokie. So, it is night 13. Holy moly. Oh. Nom, 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 nom. Alrighty. Hi Prudential, how you doing? Hi Raven, hi Matt. Sorry, I also have like dinner. I'm like really hungry. And we have like just a lot of leftovers, and like anyone who's stuck around Jester streams will know that I boiled like literally a dozen eggs. So I have a lot of like hard-boiled eggs. But either way, hello. It is Saturday. I also was waiting for my boba because I ordered boba. Today's is triple milk. It's got some stuff in it. It's got like jelly and coconut jelly and like something else. Hopefully it's good. If it's just milk and shit, then I'm gonna be yeah, pretty good so far. I ordered another 4 ahead of time. This triple milk one, caramel, taro, and mango. I've only had I've only had the taro. What is the details for the triple milk? I'm gonna look it up. Like 1 minute, because I'm actually curious, because I don't want to say it wrong. I wish not to misrepresent them. Even though they're really good and I love them. Where are they? They were definitely just here because I ordered from them. There we go. It's triple milk, so... Bap-a-dap-bap-bap. Milk tea. Pearls, pudding, and golden jelly. Excuse me. I'm a lady. Don't worry, Raven, we haven't started yet. Well, I'm just kind of giving myself time to eat some of my food. And, we're going to watch the Shadowbringers trailer again before we actually jump into it. But not like Loki. I was thinking about bringing up I can't remember the creator's name, but they created a version. It was like the Shadowbringers opening cinematic, but the sounds, the music, and voices was all made by them, and it was so good. In a totally meme-y kind of way, but I'll spare y'all from that. Alrighty. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Just 1 second, too. I'm also looking at messages. Alrighty. ¿Qué onda? Macando. Hello, welcome. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenidos al stream. No estoy cogiendo un tiempo porque también estoy comiendo mi almuerzo. Pero I'm gonna start stream, I swear. We're gonna go into Fushnier. Here we are. I'm gonna turn this on now. I was just like really hungry and got distracted for a second by how hungry I was. I'm pretty darn. Pienso que solo era en inglés. Pensé que solo era en inglés. No, yo también hablo en español. Y gracias por el follow. Oh, yum. No, yo hablo la mayoría del tiempo por mis streams estoy hablando en inglés, pero algunas veces si veo una persona hablando en español en el chat, yo también le hablo en español para que se sienten, tú sabes, como comfortable. Comfortable. Más o menos es la mejor manera de decirlo. But, yeah, welcome. Bienvenidos al stream. Give yourself time to adjust. I hope you can relax and have fun. Que chingón, jajaja, que chingón. I can't type well in Spanish, but please enjoy Squeaky's stream. Yes. Estoy aquí comiendo un ají de gallina con huevo. Riquísima que salió. Okay. We're not gonna dilly-dally too much longer, I swear. Okay, enough dilly-dallying. Hi, Mum. We are going to watch the Shadowbringers trailer again as a good way to start in, and then we're gonna make our way into Final Fantasy XIV so that we can start watching those juicy cutscenes. Here we go. Ah. Queen.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm.
Might have to move me a little bit. There we go.
For the one they called. The warrior.
I don't know how anybody can understand gremlins. They speak in getting choked. Like, I didn't know getting choked was an actual language. I feel like the mixing in this trailer leaves something to be desired. The music's too loud. Or it's my settings. But I don't think it's my settings. This is a pre-rendered video.
This town certainly has changed. We've not at all
It ain't your settings. Okay. I'm easy to not be blamed. Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Infilia. This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Become you must. Become warrior of darkness.
Alrighty. It's kind of funny. Because when I jumped back, I kept looking at this screen, not understanding it. Because I also didn't really watch the trailer too much, so I only saw it like 3 times. Until I started actually jumping back into playing. To the hypest expansion yet, motherfuckers. Knowing now what this title screen means, seeing like the darkness, I like it. And maybe this is just me because I like to find like punny stuff. I like how the way it leads the oh shit. I like the way the darkness, like the night sky, is in the shape of like that purpley dark energy. It's in the shape of a V because it's 5.0. Actually, yeah, is this? Yeah, technically Shadowbringers is 5.0. What? It's 5.0? It's like they pulled a Devil May Cry 5. They were like, yo, let's put a V in. I always made the joke of the title screen is pointing at you to leave. So yeah. I got a potty. Posture check. I'm actually fixing my posture because I do, in fact, need to potty. Because again, I'm drinking boba. I'm eating stewed chicken and rice. So we're gonna log in, and while we're doing that, we're also gonna go into a quick BRB screen. I will be right back. Alrighty. Well, hello, I'm back. Also, Mithril, fuck, I never realized. I don't know if that was something that they meant to do. If they did, awesome. I'm happy that I got it. I don't know who else is in on the secrets. But here we are back again in Final Fantasy XIV. I am here. You are there. It is time for Shadowbringers. Last time on Final Fantasy XIV, all our friends got yoinked. Or it seems like their souls got yoinked. Tataru said, go to the Crystal Tower. And then all traumatic flashbacks came back, because why do I have to go back to the Crystal Tower? But they said the key might be there. The answer to things might be there at the Crystal Tower. So, I'm a lady. So we're going. I like spooned a hole, shoveled so much food in my mouth. We gotta go find out why. What does the Crystal Tower have to do with anything? So here we go. The Cypress Trench. Tataru excitedly shares the latest development in the hunt for the beacon. Apparently, your colleagues have discovered a pathway leading to the bottom of the ravine in which the Crystal Tower stands, rendering its base accessible. Despite narrowing down the search area, however, it seems there's still a lot of ground to cover. According to Tataru, a boat waits on the northern edge of Silver Tear Lake, ready to be to ferry helping hands over the newly established survey site. Miss Raha, why did he stay in the tower? You know what? This isn't the triple milk tea. This is the caramel one.
Look how many people there are.
I've been sitting here sipping this and I was like, where's the other stuff? This is the caramel one. It's good though. Not as sweet as I thought it would be, and that's good because I don't like things too sweet.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Alright.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
He's so happy to see Tataru.
We could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Oh.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Forgot Biggs even. Yeah, they do have voices. They're just always in the side content that never gets voiced. So we just like never get to hear them.
Seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I don't know why. It could be just like the hair. But Wedge reminds me of like Ringo. Ringo Starr or something. I don't know why.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Look at him go.
Sorry, I meant to say, The scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
I can do what I want.
What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
Oh.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Well, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
I wonder if they, I think they explain what actually happens here. Like, if I vanish or my freaking body just also goes with it. Oh, bye-bye. No, just the way he looks. And talks. Okay, so yeah, maybe a bit of both. Not gonna lie, I love the delivery of like, ha, now I have you. It's just like, oh, yeah, you have me. What? What's going on? What's going on? What are we doing?
Do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
Oh. Stop throwing Horsefant in my game. In my face. Yeah, that's one of those things of the game reminding you that Horsefant is in fact dead. He is dead as dicks. Oh yeah. I have a new chair. Ah, there we go.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Honestly, this place was so pretty. I freaking love it. A chocoboop. A chocoboop.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
You know what's funny? Is that another funny thing? Jesus Christ, it's so hot that my router just overheated. Oh my goodness. It is pretty hot. It's like 36 outside. It's bad. I was gonna say that sound you probably heard earlier. It's a Lynn!
Sorry I'm late. Hello.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got distracted by stuff and I started a little late anyway because I was waiting on like my boba and stuff. I also was like looking at the chat and stuff, and I also had to use the bathroom. So I've been considering doing the thing in Final Fantasy XIV where I skip to Heaven's Ward, but wanted another opinion. Thing, people. You can do that, but you lose a bit of the context for stuff later on. Jesus Christ, it's so hot. Raven is Cerberus. Lynn! So here's the thing. Cerberus. I'm gonna tell you right now. No. Don't do that. Yes. ARR is slow. Yes, ARR can feel boring. But it's going to build the foundation of everything else that you're going to be doing after. If you skip ARR and just go to Heaven's Ward, you're not going to understand what's going on, why it's happening, why you should care, who these people are, why you're here in Snowtown with the dragons. Unless you've been here, then, you know, you've got the context, you know what's gonna happen. But you're not gonna get the nitty-gritties of everything that the cutscenes do not cover. Which
Orland's
is...
take. If you have a problem with the massive grind of ARR, getting a story skip and watching all the cutscenes afterwards is acceptable as a last resort.
If you must. If you just cannot. It's so alien, but like, beautiful. One of the reasons I love Shadowbringers. ARR is slow, but it's so necessary. Also, there are a ton of folks that will go along with you to make it easier. Yeah. If the issue is like, doing it on your own is slow, getting some friends, never an issue. Yeah. Obviously, don't force yourself to trudge through the mud. Give yourself breaks. That way, you know, you're not associating ARR with, like, oh my god, I want to get to the good stuff, you know? As well, I wanted to point out that the person that we just saw, this traveler merchanty thingy, he looks very, very familiar to the guy in the carriage we see in the very first cutscene of ARR.
Yeah, don't make yourself hate the game by getting entrenched in the chore grind mindset.
Yeah. I'm only playing like an hour a day. Yeah. Like, pay attention to the cutscenes, whether they're voiced or not. Pay attention to them all. And, like, the nitty-gritty between, like, the chores, where it's, like, people talking and stuff. You don't have to dedicate too much attention to that. But, if you want to read it, you know. Again, having some friends to, like, giggle and make fun of it like we do here is a great way to make it an enjoyable experience. That being said, how are you doing, Lynn? How is a Lynn on this day?
If you're feeling that, that's when you're looking at the last resort stuff. Alternatively, you can be like Lynn and speedrun A Realm Reborn, no months.
Yeah, what I did is I just kept playing, and I skipped any cutscene that wasn't voiced. Because the general idea was that ARR, only the really important cutscenes were voiced, and while that is true, it also isn't.
And Lynn is doing well, threw some tracks at Jake to put on the Sunday playlist.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Watched some anime with another friend.
Hell yeah. They
Did
didn't
a dungeon review for another.
Hell yeah. Freaking ordered a bunch of boba. Freaking, they didn't label any of them. So I thought I drank the triple milk one. This is just the caramel one. But that's okay. Because my triple milk and my taro and my mango are in the fridge. For later and tomorrow and maybe Monday. Luckily, there's a Final Fantasy D&D stream that makes...
And I've been chatting up Jake about FF ideas, like usual.
Hell yeah. Luckily, there's a Final Fantasy D&D stream that makes it easier for me when I'm playing. Hell yeah. Bro, what the fuck? That sounds like hell. Do not attempt... Oh, wait, what did you do? Fun fact, the merchant in the carriage that you speak in ARR is one of a set of triplets. Each one has a shop in Limsa, Ul'dah, and Gridania. That's funny. I blazed through all of Final Fantasy XIV from ARR to the end of 5.0 in 22 days. Do not attempt my speedrun. Yeah, that's a good way to get burnt out, T-Tam. That's a good way to get burnt out. Alrighty. Now that you're here, I guess it makes... Now I can just set this. Alrighty. What will you say? She says this is the middle of the night. What's someone doing here in the middle of the night? The fuck you mean? What do you mean, this time of night? I am Confucia.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. My granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk yet, he'd reply.
Roads were made for journeys, not destinations.
Yeah. The thing with Final Fantasy XIV is that you're...
I am Confucius.
That's, what the fun in Final Fantasy XIV, especially, is the build-up to everything. Everything builds up and pays off. And again, just having fun and doing what you can along the way.
I'd almost think you meant it.
Oof.
Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
TBA, if I did watch all the cutscenes and grok the story.
I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby.
It was just, yeah, I do want to do the Hildebrand questline because of you.
Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Also, I adore this area. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
but
no, I
also
love
just
this
a little
area.
eerie.
I love this area.
There's this sense of transience to it.
The sense of you're not in Kansas anymore.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. the one true struggle.
The hell's the Crystal Tower doing here? Alrighty.
Like it's both real and beautiful, but is also so bright and pastel that it feels like a fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Halt!
Bonne nuit. First Canon Vieira.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
I enjoy her voice.
Gridania, the source. Did they say anything about the first? Just before?
Personally, I said the source.
Yeah. Oh, it does go based off your starting place. First canon was in Stormbringers with Stormblood with Fran. Yeah. I'll say the source.
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Yep. There he goes.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I love how they show him running, but when it's time for him to talk, he sounds like he effortlessly. I planned this.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city.
Yeah. I'm be given the run of the city.
Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Thank you. I can't lean my chair back. Oh wait, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. There we go. Just wanted to lean it back a little bit more. Hell yeah. This new chair of mine has a freaking footrest that you can extend. And I think that's the best part about it. Honestly. Not many chairs come with a little footrest. That way I'm not freaking balling up on my chair. Circulation is not in fact cut.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Alright. You'll answer me all my questions. Who are you? I can't answer that. Fuck.
VA does so well with the tone, giving that bit of sass behind the cordial greeting.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
You didn't give me much of a choice, sir.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters.
Oh, baby.
I fear my aim was slightly off.
Uh-oh.
That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Oh, that's mean. Are the other scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
By the way, this is very spoilery, so if you haven't played stuff up to now, or think you'll remember by the time you do get to those spots, sorry fam. Oh yeah, definitely. Again, people who are still in Heaven's Ward or any of the other previous expansions, being here means you're getting yourself, putting yourself at risk for some spoilers.
Sure are.
If you
a century ago, by this realm's reckoning, a luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity.
This is an expansion where we start getting a lot of answers to long-running questions, so be wary.
It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
Please believe me.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
That's such a terrifying thought. 9/10 of the entire population of the world is dead. Bro, I'm crying remembering this part. But yeah, I'm pretty sure anyone who is here has either experienced Shadowbringers or just does not care to play the game. And that's fine if they are. Because if they don't... Ah, fuck, I just unplugged my... I just unplugged my controller. Because if they have no interest in playing the game but want to know the story, then hi, that's why I'm here! I'm here to share the story with you guys who don't care to play the game! I get it! I understand not wanting to play game or not wanting to pay monies. I get it. I understand. I mean, if you're here to experience story with friendly folk because your friends don't play this game, welcome. Exactly.
city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion.
Best secondary hub.
Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death.
Confusing as fuck to navigate around.
No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Novrand, the Crystarium. I do love the Crystarium though.
You figure it out eventually, but she's not wrong.
I get
this place is a maze.
I get fucking lost as fuck in the goddamn Crystarium. I fucking hate it, but I love the Crystarium. Alrighty. Travelers of Novrand, the Crystal Exarch is finally ready to discuss the matter of your comrades' whereabouts. He's about to finally tell me where the fuck my friends are. Like, are my friends here? Yeah, man, beach traps are like, yo, this shit's too real. How are you feeling? I'm doing good, Nubian, thank you.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
For those who are here, who are wondering, I was in the hospital on Thursday, and because of that we couldn't have DMS, and I'm so sorry. Essentially what had happened, I ended up leaving work early that day because my arm started feeling really odd. It felt heavy, it felt hard to move. Using my hands hurt. It just felt very, very odd and heavy. So I went to the hospital to get it checked out. They ran an X-ray and they ran blood tests. They couldn't really find anything. And it just kind of seems that a case of I guess I overdid it, specifically on my arm. So that's where I'm at. So that's why I was in the hospital, and I was in the hospital for like 3 to 4 hours. It sucked. I hated it. I hate going to the hospital.
It was a while.
I hate going to the hospital, man. I fucking hate it so much. I hate mostly the part where they took my blood. Not a fan of that. I hate needles. Like, not even gonna play. I hate needles.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Don't tell anyone outside anything. They just will not understand. They're too stupid.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions.
Yes.
To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
Uh-huh.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
Your friends might have left like 2 days ago for you, but well, you ask them how long they've waited for you. You ask them how long they've been here.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
But don't worry too much.
As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
So, for you now that you're here, the timelines are pretty 1-to-1. So you don't have to worry about time dilation now that you're here. That being said, Thancred who's been missing since Tuesday, has been missing for a lot of them. Thancred has been in the first for 5 years, where Y'shtola and Urianger have been in the first for 3. Now, we have their canon ages, more or less. I don't think their time in the first is counted for that.
You know the most amusing part about this, conceptually?
What? What? Thancred is almost 40. Yeah. Their bodies are fine.
Alphanod and Elysai were summoned at different times.
Oh. Yeah. Alphino and Alize won at different times. So Alphino might actually be a year or so older than his sister. I think he'll say in a second, but yeah. Yeah, Alphino was taken to the first.
They're twins, and now they have a bit of a time gap.
Yeah, a good little bit before Alize. So then, yeah,
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
There you go. Yeah, so there's about a year gap in between Alphino and Alize, at least with their time in the first. So when Alphino sees Alize, he hasn't seen Alize in a year. She didn't see him for a day. Actually, Thancred is only in his early 30s. Well, that's the thing. Thancred's in his early 30s.
Or at least several months.
Thancred's in his early 30s. But, is that including the time he was in the first? Because I don't think it would. I don't think it would, since his body is still in the source. But at the same time, it could. I'm not sure. I thought he was like 36 before the first. I don't know. Point is that
his soul is 5 years older than his body. Huzzah.
Yeah. Something is like distracting me, so like I had a little bump by my arm that I don't know. It's not where they took blood from me. It definitely isn't. But it's close enough by it, and I kind of like pinched it. So now it's bleeding because I'm trying to figure out why it was like being a bump. It's gonna bleed for a bit now. And that's just what I've been looking at. I'm sorry. Do you just want him to be old? I don't give a fuck about Thancred. I'm gonna be real with you. I see people thirsting for Thancred, and I don't get it. But it's also kind of like how people thirst for fucking Grandpa Galvis here over there. Alrighty.
My intention had been to summon only you.
I just wonder.
The art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
I didn't mean to grab your friends. I only meant to grab you, but I kind of suck at doing this. It was my first time, to be fair. Honestly, Alize hasn't seen Alphino for a few weeks. Okay, I was just going by his dialogue, by the Exarch's dialogue, who says that both of them have been living in the first for about a year. So again, I'm going by what the game is telling me. Doesn't make it better.
Object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are in truth merely spirits that one can see and touch.
So even though it seems like they have bodies, they do not. Their transference was incomplete. That's why their bodies are in the source.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Unfortunately, I fucked up that badly that they cannot go home. I'm really sorry. You can go home, though. Also, thank Grid Naked again. Yay. What have they been doing all this time? And find a way to send them back. Like, unable to return. Find a way to send them back. Polo would understand what he just said of they can't come back. It's incomplete. But, See, this is weird. Because if she was to ask the first one, she would not word it like this. She would probably say, then what, that, like, she'd ask that more, she would ask this more like a question. She'd just like, and is there no way to possibly send them back? And then after that would be asking, well, what have they been doing this whole time? Where are they? So I'd say more, it is at this point where I will point out that in the time it cost the same to teleport to Japan as it was to teleport to another world for some reason. Yeah, Alphino went to Garlemald after Moon Bunny. And that was the last time Alize saw him. Oh, okay.
Point is, Alphino was an hour older than Alice, and now he's technically got at least around a month on her.
Yeah. What have they been doing all this time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least.
See, there you go. He answers your question either way.
As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success.
Yeah.
And then we
hi, Jake.
abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed.
I've arrived.
We has Catboy.
What are you talking about? That's a crystal exile.
No, it looks like I'm biting your ear.
No, don't do that.
We have
sensitive.
Catboy.
Stop.
He is Catboy.
My arm is bleeding.
Why? What?
Because there was a bump on my arm next to where they took my blood before. It's not where they took me, but there was just a weird like a very small bump, and I was like, huh, I can't just like pop this, so I just pinched it with a needle, and now it's just bleeding.
I see. The very wise thing that I do way too often.
It's just that thing of just like I don't know if it was like an ingrown or like just a bump, but like it bothered me enough that now there's just blood everywhere. I'm doing okay. I'll be fine.
I can't condemn you because I've done that way too often. I feel a bump and I just claw at it until it's gone.
Yeah. As you may have said, yeah, okay.
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
I have to send the cheese squeaking.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so,
You might think I'm a fucking liar.
I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips.
But if you want, I will let you go find them. And ask them themselves. Also, let me see. Okay. I have now seen what you sent me.
You're welcome.
How?
Please, I need this.
I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand.
You don't have to agree right now to help me fix this. I would very much like you to.
Meanwhile,
Please help.
I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
You literally abducted all of my friends.
But I'll see that you keep, for want of a better choice.
A choice? When have we ever had those? Besides dialogue options. But Tish.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Sir, are you asking me out on a date already?
Agency?
We just met.
No, no, no. Your agency.
Cerberus asks, "Oh, that damn cat. In your Final Fantasy game, do you have any races not from 14? Just curious."
Basically, yeah. If anybody had really was like, no, I don't want to be any of these 14 races, they were not required. I mean, we have a player in the game who isn't even using a Final Fantasy class.
Hi.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Yeah, Sword State's pretty cool. But yeah, basically there are other races in the world.
Technically, there is a Final Fantasy class with the same name.
The guild you carry will
It's just not the same.
But that's semantic. Yeah.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood.
No one cares about money.
After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
You know, can I do a quick tangent? Just because we've all seen Spice and Wolf here?
More or less.
Near enough not to matter. Those bitches weighed for, like, the percentages.
They sure did.
People fucking meticulous, they getting the right amount of value out of their coins.
I love how, like, your character just, like, looks at the tombstones and is like, oh.
Everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world.
It's like, I know what those are. Fucking tombstones.
Avan Kerm Sin?
It's that thing of, like, with Spice and Wolf, that one goes into the more nitty-gritty of business and mercantilism and economy. That's not Final Fantasy's job.
Yeah, no, it's not. Like, again, they say it's near enough not to matter. They take the time to explain it, which is way more than, like, a lot of things would do.
Yeah.
I just like making fun of it from the mercantile end of, like, no, how it's minted, all that shit. people will flip.
Yeah, no, in Spice and Wolf, I think there's an episode.
Also, you know, this is like you're hanging out in a post-apocalypse. People ain't picky.
Yeah.
Play fucking Fallout. People want
Bottle
like
caps.
Pepsi bottle caps.
Yeah. Like, I think in Spice and Wolf there was an episode, or I'm confusing it with my history, where they would talk about like coins. First off, there was one where Lawrence was showing all of his coins to Holo, and where they come from, where they work, and things like that. And I think there was an episode where they talked about how like people would take coins and like shave the edges just a little bit, and with all the metal from the shaved coins, they'd make more coins, and those would be counterfeiters.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like how they weighed coins not just for their size and shape, but also like to try and figure out the gold to other metal ratios.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was an episode. Okay, good. I am remembering Spice and Wolf properly.
Yeah,
I really like Spice. I really do like Spice and Wolf.
Yeah, we still need to watch 2, don't we?
Yes.
Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm.
I fucking love Feoul. I fucking love them. Honestly, because all the fairies kind of don't look like a gender. They're more like androgynous, but like they don't really look like they have a gender. I just go by theys. But yeah, no, Queen, King, Queen Feoul. I love them.
Out of all of them, Feo is pretty
They're sexless but female coded.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what Lynn said.
Yeah, they're female coded, definitely.
And with Feo's kind of the exception of like being way more feminine, but like the other ones, they're way more in the androgynous zones.
Yeah, I kind of still find it funny because like, because their name is like Feoul, because I know Spanish, the word feo means ugly. So I had to like, that was a little bump in the road I had to go over when like them addressing this fairy, because it's like I know that it comes back to like Gaelic or Irish and Scottish and all that stuff. I can't remember
which language, but they are actually just speaking one of like the Scandinavians.
Yeah, good thing their name is Gaelic. Yeah, it's probably Gaelic, Scandinavian, some sort of one of those like Nordic, northern territories is what the names are generally based off of, and that's fine. But like my Spanish brain turns on and it's like Feo, and it's like, no, he's not ugly. So little baby brain turns on.
And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
I love how they just have little things to explain like how you get things to and from. A fairy does it for you. I have to use the bathroom again.
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift. How wonderfully exciting. What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Careful consideration of like 3 seconds. I have.
Answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
I'm pretty sure they did, yes.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isnefis, and you my
But also Feoul and the Fae in Shadowbringers are just so much better. Also accentuated by how shitty and boring the Sylph are in fucking main world.
Yeah, seriously. I need to run to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Very much.
Okay.
You has more friends.
Yeah, we do. Holy moly.
Yeah, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I can stay here for a while.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. This fairy is in love with us now.
Oh wow! Oh wow! This fairy is interesting.
Yeah.
Her shoulders are sharp.
Yeah.
Her collarbone, I guess.
Alrighty. Oh, that one was a scary one. Anywho, Fayoul, they love us.
Raise your hand.
Sure do.
Frostlancer, I'm late. Did I miss a lot? Wait, are we growing our harem? I'm in love with this fairy. I mean, you haven't missed much. We just got here. The Crystal Exarch explained to us that our friends have been here for a while. Thancred 5 years, Uriandre and Yastola for 3, Alphino and Alize about a year. And
Listen, guys, you might love the fairy. It won't work out though. She's like a fourth of your height at best.
yeah. So he can't send them back, but I can travel freely between them, and this little fairy is gonna make sure that if I need things in between, it's gonna do it for me. But don't worry, it's just explaining the nuances and stuff. It's not a big deal. But they're giving us a tour of the Crystarium. We're in the different world.
Come then.
We've been isekai'd.
Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
That voice, though.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source.
What? That's aggressively Scottish. Appreciate it.
No, I don't think I will.
I think just to explain the retainers, right? Yeah.
Send your message to Tataru, send a message to Kral. Let's go to Tataru.
Consider it done.
The fairies don't give a fuck. They do whatever they want.
As you heard, that
They're
was
deranged.
Fayoul.
Never trust them.
Their kind possess an affinity for magic.
I thought it was pixies, not fairies.
They're they're the same shit.
They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Fayo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium.
Yeah. Pixie, and it's all under the umbrella of the Fae.
They're Fae. Feel fear.
Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
What's this guy in the hood, and why does he look like he's like trying to hide it? Is like I got the coof, so I gotta hide my gross scar tissue.
I don't know, Nightshade. You're not at expansion. You're not into the 4th expansion of critically acclaimed MMO RPG Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, no. I forget. I think you can. I think you can see. I mean, part of that.
No, yeah, you can. He's just doing a really bad job hiding it.
Yeah, I mean, his whole arm is blue.
Yeah. He's partially crystal.
Give us Fayoul Minion Square.
Okay.
Yeah. We just started the expansion, so we're not gonna get a lot of answers right away, and I can't tell you because the point of it is that we're watching them. We're watching the cutscenes.
Yeah. I also got to keep an eye on poor Abel. He's going through ketoacidosis right now because of steroids, so
ooh.
He's peeing a lot.
Oh.
Once he goes through the steroid to cure another thing, he'll go back to normal.
Oh man, it's our boy Ardbert.
I was expecting a guy in a war helmet.
Of light from the source.
That's the voice.
Hey, dude, you might want to clean your axe. You don't want that blood to rust it all over.
No, it'll be fine.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, God.
I never get tired of that.
Oh god, how long has it been? That sound of desperation, like, oh my god, I've been acknowledged.
Holy
shit. God.
When's the last time?
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of me when I was 18 talking to online friends.
That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. you recall my
I love that
tale,
as the justification for
it was
why
my
they give him a
comrades
different
and I
name.
who caused the flood.
Well, no, they say his name Aardbart in Post Heaven's Ward, but it's like it's just kind of said in passing. Like one of his friends was like, "Hey, Aardbart, we should probably just drop the shit," and
Yeah.
like it's that thing of like if you're not paying attention, you're gonna miss it.
They're just so edgy though back in Heaven's Ward, and now they're chill. And it makes me
Albatross,
laugh.
calm down. We can see you.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Asians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their God's damned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrand. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
I just got here, bro.
2000 XX, the standard time.
But they've told me.
100 years. 100 long years.
I've not been acknowledged by anyone in 100 years. Oh, baby.
And this is how neats are made. He can't touch. Yeah.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
Albert Albatross. I like that name. That sounds like a bad superhero.
Yo, I'm calling
name.
Aardbert. Squeaky, do you live? Yes, I'm here. Hi, Angie Knight.
I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Look, I was just brought here, and I don't fucking know, dude. Crystal
Don't
Exarch
question it,
brought
bro.
me in. Crystal Exarch tried to. He says I can fix it.
Don't question it, bro. I can see you. You're no longer alone. You don't want to
You
question
were
it.
summoned to
Otherwise,
save the
I might
first.
ignore you from
Yeah.
now on.
A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
I just love that. I love that. Just, or are you? Wait, no. How are you here? And I love how you sleeping is just dead, flat and dead, like a flounder.
Or like a vampire in a coffin.
It's time to head off. But before I well, no, let's finish up this, and then we will change our room to the appropriate room. Because we're not in Kansas anymore.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
It's like you got me a penthouse. What happened? I had a ghostly visitor. Oh, this reminds me of the meme. Oh man, freaking. I can't say it because it's spoilers.
I have to look up this meme.
No. It was someone made a meme for like it was a 14 meme.
Okay.
Where it was like the Crystal Exarch rehearsing his lines, waiting for you to come here so you can save the world, and has everything kind of planned out and ready because he's ready to save the world. You're here now. He's ready to enact his plan to save the world, and it's like I had a ghostly visitor. So back to my script.
Oh.
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to
We're in Shadowbringers, Frostlancer. Well, I didn't know the room was haunted. Anywho. So I made you these sandwiches. Map.
This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Yeah.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
Lakeland.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Urianger is in Ilmeg with the fairies.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Raktika. Y'shtola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
Y'shtola is in Raktika in the forest of ancient civilization.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
You can't go to either one of them yet.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
Alrighty, Alphino is in Calusa.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement.
He talks about Yulmore, and I was trying to think of a witty thing, but I thought about it too late, but here it is now. It's essentially, Alphino went to freaking Calusa, where he then intended to go to Trump Tower, where all the rich people chose to go live. That's it. That's the joke. That's it. There's not really much of a joke there. Anywho, where's Alize?
Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang.
Amarang. Okay, great.
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world.
A desert.
The flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters.
Okay. That's where it happened.
Brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Alize is being Alize.
Sure is.
So, will it be Calicia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Don't worry, you'll find Thancred.
It doesn't matter which you choose, we'll just all know who your favorite is.
It's that, don't worry about that. Oh, but if you're wondering about Thancred, don't worry about Thancred. You don't find Thancred. Thancred finds you. Alrighty. And, in all honesty, The game starts you all, the cutscenes here assume that you are going for Alphino first, and then Alize later. So you're gonna go for Alphino first. But before we go for either one of them, we are going to teleport to the
But they're
Crystarium.
wrong, so we'll double back to Alfie later.
I think I chose Alize first. Alrighty, here we are. I gotta go. I know I can use the Aetheryte, but I kind of want to walk around the Crystarium for those who are like, I want to see this big ol' hub world. This is the night. And then the rest of it goes off, and that's all I think of with the stupid song. I think of the first couple notes of fucking Bella Notte, even though this does not go anywhere near that song after like the first 3 notes. There we go. Oh, I'm still on Bard. That makes sense. Like, we could spend our time getting another person. Look at that. Flustered father-to-be. How you doing, sir? Quest sync. The elven man before you seemed to be in a state of considerable duress. Huh. That's a hole. Alize gang, rise up. Manager of the suite. So how is old boy shorts? Alrighty. Here we... He's in my room. The shoe bill. He's in my room. How long it was... Does this... It's him.
It's there sometimes.
Yeah, so sometimes through Shadowbringers you just see this fucking shoe bill.
Looks enough like a blue-footed booby.
No. It's just shoe bills are shoe bill. But like, oh my god, there he is. I didn't know he could actually be in here sometimes. The shoe bill invades from time to time. Oh wow, okay. That fucking
And it just perches there, menacingly.
Yeah. Here we go. I was like, where the fuck's the book? Can I sit on the seat? Nope, it makes me stand up. Okay, well, rip. Okay. Unfortunately, we are gonna go with Alphino first. Because it is in the order. And,
Coward.
Well, here's the thing. My issue is that I don't know where the cutoff is when you go for Alize. When you start with Alphino, it goes through all his stuff and then bam, in search of Alize. Whereas Urianger is right around here, Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom. But I don't know where the Alize stuff cuts off.
I think it cuts off at the end of level 70.
Also, probably just easier to do in a straight line.
Yeah.
That too.
Because they narratively, it doesn't matter which one, what the order they happen in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. I'm just being difficult.
Unfortunately, we're going to be stuck with Alphino. It's okay. We're only going to be stuck with him for a couple cutscenes. Alize is not that far off. Ah, fuck. I forgot to read the thing. Doesn't matter. We're going to go see Alphino. We're gonna go see Blue Alizé, and you're gonna fucking like it.
The pounding
Beta boy.
surf frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At Light's Edge, all is perfectly still. The world.
Raven, it's not hatred, it's just he's really easy to bully.
Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance,
Narrator? Oh, Arbor.
beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Colucia. Alrighty, still tied. Yeah, so we're gonna go find fucking Alpha now. I know they send you on a couple little goose chases while you're there.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
I see you've acquired a poncho.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
My understanding is because he started out as a naive kid who people gave way too much power and then he gets used by people. I mean, yeah, but he's also just easy to bully because he's funny. He's a funny nerd. Mercs. We don't need mercs. Started as mercs.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the
He's
prisoner
very
exchange
proud
in
and
Endwalker.
makes it fun.
And Yotsu. It has been even
Not
longer
hard
for
to
me, of
rile.
course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me, I was more worried about you.
I was more worried about you, Blue
Other
Owls.
friend acquired.
Anthony!
Much the same thing.
Hello.
I've ever had such a scolding.
Alphen has been a good boy since Heaven Wars Frost.
He's not really as good as he was in ARR.
Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Alphino's had his humble pie shoved in his face for too much Spanish. He's good now.
Yeah, I think Alphino's good. He's had enough pie.
I see. Both the Exarch and Dalize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. and thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
But we can't get to him yet.
But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
So upbeat.
Yeah. We'll still yell at him for dumping us on mercs.
Yes.
Well, if Thancred came here naked, we can assume therefore a reason for new clothes.
Thancred always shows up naked.
Yeah. Alphinaud's ready to take to the road. Like more. Let's go do shenanigans with Alphinaud.
I like how the chipmunk followed him back to the fucking Rising Stones. Stupid.
After some more shenanigans.
Welcome to Technicolor Night.
Welcome to the remnants of Manhattan and Trump Tower.
Itself lies beyond.
The city, yeah, known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I always... Nutkin is the best. Oh, Nathan, I've been wondering... Is there a reason a surging Nathan?
The hell's Nathan?
Who's Nathan? I've been wondering, is there a reason in Surging Shadows you chose the second edgiest class? You mean Anthony?
Anthony? Me? Or did you mean Nihilus?
Also, guys, be careful of Surging Shadows spoilers. Nedic here hasn't watched all of it yet. They're catching up.
Don't worry, I already knew that he was a... I already know that.
I picked Dark Knight because I like the concept of someone who's genuinely positive and good-natured having the powers of darkness and being a violent monster when combat happens. And then just switching back straight to just being the fucking happy guy who wants to
She
make
already knew who Nathan's character was. No worries.
Yes, Nathan.
Reaper? Hold up, what is the edgiest if Dark Knight is the second? Yeah, Reaper wasn't a thing at the time.
Yeah. Reaper wasn't in the conversion at the time. It is now, but
yeah, fun. Actually, funny enough, in 14 proper, Reaper is a really fun DPS class.
Yeah, it is.
Super simple and big flashy things happen. It's fun. Its teleport, its dashes are not teleports. You will still get hit if you use them trying to avoid an attack.
Yeah.
I learned that the hard way.
You cannot go through areas with them.
It looks like a teleport, but it's a dash.
Begrimed bloke.
Sure, like the lightning stuff.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She's not here to
compete.
Leave her be.
Tricks, yeah, I'll show you some tricks. See, my favorite trick, disintegrate.
The only thing in edgy and white mage is the blood lily.
Your attention, please. Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let
At least you look familiar.
Hello, Rule 63 Zorn and Thorn.
Yep.
Oh wait, I understand this reference now.
Yeah, Lady of the Distinction wishes to dine on fish divine.
We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood.
That is my response to so many things in 14. Hey, I understand this 9 reference now. Instead of just all the very blatant 6 ones. I can see all the other blatant ones.
I get it. I finally get it.
Almost,
Will answer the call. Name
it's almost like 14's a giant love letter to the entire series.
No. 14 is wholly unique and has nothing in common with any other Final Fantasy.
Bullshit. Every Final Fantasy is under a Final Fantasy. The only one that doesn't is one.
I've heard there are a lot of 4 references.
Center of power and authority.
Oh yeah.
That is not the
Yeah, there's a lot of 4 references. Heaven's Word is a good one.
There's a lot of references, and
they're everywhere.
Listen,
look at all of Omega.
The only gestures you ever trust are green, and even those you probably shouldn't.
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was the center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame.
It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you.
That Matthew 19:24 reference though. Carry on.
Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
you know, despite how fucked up it is, at least everybody has a nice reaction about it. They're not like, fuck you, die.
Possibly be waiting for. Well, what have we here? An extra share of Mio to celebrate our
And
new
a share of ass.
Listen,
It's a
everybody
butt.
likes some ass bread.
Oh my god.
Are you ready to? Are you all ready to eat some ass? It's what you've all been waiting for.
Look how excited everyone is to eat ass.
Listen, that's basically their lives. They're all trying to get picked to eat ass for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Meal is a foodstuff which
What kind of
routinely
existence
doles
is
out
that?
to the people of Gate Town.
Based.
A staple for its citizens as well.
I don't think I'd call that based.
Call food stuff. That just feels weird.
Food stuff. That's
Oh my god.
it's that thing of like no one really knows what it is, but it's edible and they feed it to them, so they take it because they don't have it. The people here in Gate Town don't have shit.
It's edible and free, so.
It's edible and free, so they'll take it. It's Soylent Green.
Ah. You know, it works.
It's like Soylent Green.
I was gonna say it's like spam.
No, I like spam.
Why?
He's good.
Listen, spam isn't. I didn't say anything about it being bad. It's just that it's meat stuff.
No, it's actually
We can't legally refer to it as food. It's a food-like substance.
with spam is a food. It's just freaking meat.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, but it's not specific meat, from what I remember.
No, it's pork. I think it's like
no. I mean, it's not a specific part of the pig.
yeah,
not
it's
like
it's the butt where the ham comes from.
It's definitely a
Ham.
gross-looking meat.
The reason it's called spam is because it's spiced ham.
Oh.
I mean,
I
it doesn't.
thinking of something different food then, because I know there is one that is just. It's not like literally like unknown meat. It's more. It's the miscellaneous meats from the particular animal.
I mean, it doesn't help that I already don't really like pork. There's only certain things that I like about pork, and that's like bacon. Everything else is just kind of like tough and
Let's
gamey.
see. Cause I know, cause I feel that about bologna. I don't like bologna.
I don't think meat should be set on fire like that. So I agree with you.
So the main ingredient of Spam is pork. Canned cooked pork made by Hornell Foods. Gained popularity worldwide after its use during World War II. Other information: pre-cooked canned meat product can serve hot or cold. There's healthier versions which are lighter in sodium.
I don't believe that.
Well, no, Spam in itself has a lot of sodium. It's pretty salty, so if you want it like less salty, you get the sodium light.
Oh no, I mean like there's healthier versions of Spam. Like I don't believe that.
So funny enough, here it says, it may come as a pleasant surprise to learn that Spam is not the preservative-packed mystery meat you might think it is. In fact, Spam only contains 6 ingredients, and the brand's website lists them all. They are pork with ham meat added, that counts as 1, salt, water, potato starch, sugar, and sodium nitrate. And the sodium nitrate is a preserve, which is a very common preserve.
No, it's called scrapple.
Scrapple.
What's scrapple?
It leftover meat, like made into a food.
Oh.
Mm.
Huh. That sounds weird. I don't like it.
Okay, so funny enough, the part of the pig that's used for Spam is the shoulder.
Oh. That makes sense. The shoulder, there's not a lot of meat in the shoulders. So they would I guess they would just take what they can and condense it into whatever it can be.
What animal is wait, I feel like there's an animal that's backwards, where shoulder meets ass and butt meets shoulder.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name.
I don't know.
Exactly what you're talking about.
I don't think it was pig.
No.
Yeah, and also just awful meats in general, I think is what they're called.
Well, here's the thing: when they say the shoulder of the ham, they mostly mean like usually the upper arm area, not just the literal shoulder. It's more the upper haunchy bit. So there's actually is quite a bit of meat there. When you get like pork shoulder, it's considerably big. I've had like picnic shoulder is pork shoulder. It's that whole chunk. And as well, like pork shoulder blade steaks are huge and amazing. They're so good. It's like having a steak, but it's made of pork, but it's got that like texture. Like the shoulder of the pork is pretty fucking good. I do come from a country with a dish basically made of shredded pig face. I think I know which one you're talking about, but with especially like my mother's family being from the Caribbean, they have pork shoulder pretty often, and it's called pernil. So it also has pig bicep. Pretty much. Which is the bicep again?
Okay, yeah, and it's just like the general thing of referring to offal, of like it's the usually not eaten meats from animals.
Yeah, it's usually the stuff that goes into like cheap dog food.
You guys talking about eating
So a lot of other again, it depends on where, because for some places the things that are awful are used a lot.
You'd be surprised at how much expensive dog food uses the same stuff as well, because dogs love that shit.
I'm looking at like
that's what I meant by food stuff.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's not this specific thing, it's a collection of just the meats from an animal.
Yeah. But in terms of spam is funny enough. Not that. We've learned today. Today we learned. Oh, okay, so according to some meat maps, the shoulder is like the upper back part of the pork. Yeah. By meat standards. So it's actually there's a good bit of meat, not as much as the loin and the ham, but still quite a bit. A favorite snack among us is also called chicharrón. Chicharrón called cracklin. I'm not sure about if it's called cracklin in English. I know chicharrón, and that's where you take the pork belly. You take pork belly skin and like layer of fat and all, and you cut it a certain way, and then you can either deep fry it or you can grill it. What I did was I dry rubbed it and grilled it. And then you like squeeze some lime on it and like hot sauce if you want hot sauce, and you just kind of eat it like that, kind of like nuggets over the rind, and the rind gets nice and like crunchy. I like kind of crunchy and chewy at the same time, but in like a really good way. And yeah, that's chicharrón. Those are really good. You have to get like pork belly for that. And it's the kind of pork belly that you could also roll and tie up and turn into chashu for when you make ramen. It's the same kind of pork belly, but it's prepared different. Oh, specifically deep fried for us, often eaten with vinegar. Yeah, you can use vinegar too. For us, we either squeeze lemon or lime. You get the same acidity, souriness that works very, very well with the pork meat. When you grill it, I find lime or hot sauce works better because it just works really well with the spicy smokiness of how you cook the meat. But anywho, they ate ass. They passed it out and they all ate ass.
So much ass.
Yet the whole arrangement just seems...
I eat ass.
Well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Alphino doesn't like that all these people willingly and freely eat ass.
Well, I have a more open mind, Alphino.
Yeah, big ol' stinky.
I love how in this universe, nobody looks out of place. You could wear the most obscure, weird, like, dominatrix shit or crazy shit, and nobody looks out of place. Like, oh yeah, no, this is just a typical day in fucking Niflheim, where the fuck we're at now.
A fickle existence. Alphino wears a look of profound disapproval. So, I'll explain this cutscene if they don't.
Wait, is this the... Oh.
There you are.
It's Sonic!
Someone stole our stuff in Alphino's name. So we went after them. Teeny weeny tail.
Turns out, it's one of the ass eaters.
Hand it over.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm just replacing the word sin with ass.
I have to get into the city.
The ass born.
I have no family, and all my friends have already been
Follow
chosen.
the first ass.
And the only thing I live for is for eating ass.
When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it.
When that ass gets handed out, I can smell it.
It's actually very sad, but it's really funny.
What
It
I
needs to be
do,
fun
they
of.
won't call out my name. I'm so tired. I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Cringe.
It's really cringe. Want to see your only friends left in this apocalyptic world.
Yeah, no, so essentially to one sec.
I just remembered everything.
And I shall tell you my plans for the business.
Nice blatant sob story.
So to help give a little bit more context, since Nightshade doesn't know what's going on more or less, this world that we've been isekai'd to, 9/10 of the world and its population has been rendered inhabitable and dead because literally too much light took over because the Warrior of Lights believed in some beings known as the Asians who were like, hey, grow the power of light and it'll save your world, and actually ended up breaking it more. So we were teleported.
No. They did their job too well.
They did their job too well.
Yeah.
They killed the darkness so hard, light overflowed in this world and tried to consume it all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Okay, it's like the Star Wars conundrum. Okay.
Yeah.
Sort of. Also, if you look up in the sky, there is no anything. It's just
There's
always
no
light
sun.
all the time.
It's just light.
It's daytime all the time.
Oh, that
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. It's been like this for like what, 200 years?
It's been like this for 100 years.
100.
So
Yeah.
you're in your
9/10 of the world got deleted, and it's perma daytime in the remaining 10th.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
So this is essentially like post-apocalypse. It's post-apocalypse.
It's just a fantasy post-apocalypse.
Yeah, so everybody here, so most of the rest of the world, now you are teleported to a place called the Crystarium, and that place is generally okay. It's at the center of what's left, and they're pretty okay here. But they're still battling these things called Sin Eaters, which are essentially monsters made up of light. They corrupt things, they create
Light
more
demons.
of themselves. Yeah, light demons. They create more of themselves, they kill people, they reproduce. Now you're in the surrounding areas of the Crystarium where it's a bit more dangerous because your friends who were teleported here by the guy that was trying to mainly get you so that you can save the world, they've gone to the other areas to try to help out and figure out how to prevent another calamity. I'm not going to get too into that because that's too much plotty stuff. But essentially, to save your world, you have to save this one. And in the area where we in right now, where we went to get our friend Alphino, it's essentially fucking ruined Camden, and all the rich decided to congregate at Trump Tower to live it up for the rest of the apocalypse.
Okay.
Also,
because of that,
you can't believe or get involved with every vaguely sad story you hear. This guy has every reason to lie to you, and even if what he's saying is true, him getting left behind by his, quote, friends, is of substantially lesser need than our own. Toss the cat in the river and say sucks to suck, Christarium's that way.
Yeah. So right now, all the people who are in that like cardboard box looking hobo jungle, they all want to get into Yulemore, which is that big lavish paradise where the rich people gallivant around and do whatever they want. Occasionally, whenever a rich person wants something, they'll call down to the cardboard box hobo jungle called Gate Town and be like, fetch me somebody who can do this. And then that's when all the people gather up. The two little court jester girls are like, the rich people want somebody who can do X. People try to, say, well, I can do it, maybe I can do it. They get chosen maybe, and they go up there, and it's almost seen like Ascension, like you've made it. But we haven't been there yet. It still seems too good to be true, according to Alphino.
Okay. Alright. This is
Welcome to Shadowbringers. It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn. I can't. So it's like. Okay, so it's like if Beetlejuice were to explode, and it's daytime for like 2 weeks, except now it's just daytime.
Yeah, because there's
it's not really even a sun. It's just it's so infused with light ether that the sky is made of light.
There's just there is just so much light energy that it's just overtaken the sky.
And
the night
earth
sky
and
is still there, but you can't see it because there's too much light.
It's been so long. People think the night. It's been so long. People think the night sky is a fucking myth.
Well, it's not. Well, well, here's the thing. There's some people that say like that know it existed. People know that it existed. It's just no one alive has seen it. No one alive has seen it. Like all the people who would have been like, I remember the night sky, they're dead.
Well, no, actually, there are the Vieira.
Okay, well, we're not counting the Vieira.
Listen, this introduced the bunny people, and bunny people are basically elves in fucking Final Fantasy.
They don't show up until the last quarter of the plot.
Yeah, most people who you meet along the expansion don't know what a night sky looks like. They weren't alive when the flood happened.
I'm just saying.
That being said, Alphino hatches a plan because he's like, we gotta get up to Yulmore. I gotta talk to the rich people here. I gotta be a diplomat because he's the more talky diplomatic twin. I gotta get them freaking ready to help us and ready to go, but I gotta get there first. And he had an idea, and this blue cat boy kind of tries to steal it from us. So now we're confronting him, and that's when he gave us a sob story. I want to go up there. All my friends are up there. We promised that we'd all live it up there.
Play me with the smallest violin.
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more.
Sucks to sucks. Christerium's that way.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Except Alphino's too nice. He's giving him his spot. Now, Trin has a much longer tail than that. Look at that little dinky tail. That dinky tail. Trin would never.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have the longest tail.
That little dinky tail. What the fuck is that? That's a nub.
Small ass tail.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shir, it was the difference between life and death.
But no, really, I can't sympathize.
I do not regret my
What it
decision.
basically comes down to is him wanting to go to the place where he doesn't have to earn his keep and can live lavishly. No.
Yeah.
For all we know, his friends could be dead. Just like, oh yeah, no, they're still
For all he knows, it could all be a lie, but Alphino doesn't care. He's willing to help. He's still that much of a baby.
Yeah, the only the sympathy I think that's supposed to be invoked by him is it's just accentuating the desperation everybody has.
Yeah.
Should I have forged on
Yeah, I don't know. If I were him, I'd just be like, well, tough shit.
Yeah, but this is
Yeah.
our little twink.
Right?
He's a good
yeah.
boy.
Yeah, right now he's a good boy, and for Alphino, like right now your friends, people can see and touch them, but they're pretty much actually just spirits. Their actual bodies are in your world, essentially in a coma.
It's fine.
Whereas,
They're just solid magic right now.
Yeah, whereas your body and your soul are here. That's why you're able to travel between both worlds, and that's also because you're in an MMO and you can go wherever you want. So that explains that too. But yeah, Alphino is like, right now the plan is we need to get to Yulmore, but there are people still trying to get into Yulmore because their lives depend on it. So like, while yes, it's like a priority to get up to Yulmore, it's not that much of a priority that Alphino wants to put someone else's life below it. Also, hi Patrick, welcome! I just got back from seeing Nope at the movie theater. Jordan Peele strikes again. Great movie. Nope?
Are you kidding me? Jordan Peele is hitting 3 for 3.
I don't know, man. I don't watch a lot of movies, so I couldn't say.
Okay, because his Get Out and Us, those were two really good horror movies. If he's hitting 3 for 3, I am gonna lose my shit. I've never seen a director like go this ham.
I don't sympathize a lot with the desperation, since they all know the Christerium exists, but you're expected to earn your keep there. But Yulmore is a lavish paradise, and they want to go there. But that's my 2 cents.
It's also, I mean, it's a spoiler for a thing going ahead, but it's safer here. Air quotes.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
As you know, just from the intro, dude gets eaten like 10 feet from the Christerium.
Do people? How safe is like the town outside the Yulmore?
Safe enough.
Yeah. It's not gone, so yeah, that's the point.
Alright. Well, you say, quite possibly me, we better hurry and think of a new plan. That's not who we are. This is not who you are.
Oh boy.
Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alphino.
And we were just talking shit about his soft-heartedness. Yo,
But
man,
I
why you
thank
little
you for your
bitch?
kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
Yo, as long as I get my happy ending, I don't give a
Shall
shit.
we return to right then? Is that? I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
We'd have to. Can't we just pretend we didn't see him?
No, what did Alphino just say?
Come on.
No.
They may need our help.
We're the good boys. We gotta help.
We gotta go help. We gotta go find what's going on. So, this cutscene's probably not gonna go over that little bit, but the person that we find there, was a painter who was just kicked out of Yulmore. He was just kicked out of Yulmore.
Did a shit job, got yeeted.
Yeah, he painted them he painted some rich people a picture. They didn't like it. They threw him out. I think they actually literally threw him out. They threw him out the balcony.
Yeah, they throw him. They throw people out if they do a shit job.
They literally throw them out
from the balconies.
You're thrown out like garbage.
Goddamn eccentric rich people.
So the guy,
Also, just for clarification, it's not that his job was over, so they threw him out. He did a bad job.
Yeah,
so they
he
threw
did
him out.
Yeah, he did a bad job. That was the thing.
He did a bad job one time, and they threw him off a balcony.
Yeah. So, like, for example, that person that was just taken by the two little jesters, that it was like, there's a rich person who wants to eat a really good fish meal, we're looking for a cook. If that person does a shit job, they're getting tossed off the balcony next.
Dude, I love that. That sounds like a great horror movie. Like, you know,
Welcome
do
to
a bad
Yulmore.
job one.
Because usually when somebody doesn't have a use anymore, they get upgraded to being one of the free citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did a good job and their job is now done.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what that kind of reminds me of? It vaguely has comparisons to okay, does anyone know the movie Them?
No.
I know of them.
No. I don't watch
there
movies.
Kurt Russell, I believe, he had a line, or not Kurt. Yeah, I think there was a line there where it says, "I came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum." And he just starts blowing people away with his fucking like AK-47, but they were all like aliens or something. They're all weirdo, creepy things.
Oh, I've heard that line though.
As long as you know the line.
The line's pretty iconic. I never heard of the movie.
Oh yeah, it's called Them, and it's really good. It's really good. I'd give it a watch if I were you. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny. It's pretty.
That old movie is so good, though. Oh, Member says it's good, and Patrick says that he knew it. Awesome. Alrighty.
My man.
So, either way, this painter's like, I was chucked out of Yulmore. That being said, because people in the need of a painter just chucked me out, they might be looking for another painter soon. And because you helped me, you can have my paintbrush. And it'll serve you as proof if you try using it to go up there as a painter. Thankfully, Alphino is actually a really good artist, so this will work out. Maybe.
Thankfully, the dork is a dork.
They live. Okay, they live. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's they live is what. Okay, awesome.
Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, that was Kurt Russell.
Hang on.
Guess? I don't know.
No, hang on. No, I fucked up on the name. Hang on. I'll look it up.
Redemption is beyond us.
Oh, okay. Rudy Piper.
Yeah, I thought that it'd be alright.
Yeah, no, I'm yeah.
And the
He looked
comfort
kind of like Kurt
of the
Russell
lords and ladies of this
in his
accursed
heyday.
place.
But I was confused. I'm like, wait, that's not Kurt
Once
Russell.
they
I'm
held
stupid.
fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming
Keith David
cataclysm
was
and
in it. I
delight in
remember
the end of days.
So it works. They look for a painter, we get accepted in because he has a paintbrush to prove that he's a painter.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
The reason you can come along is because Alvino says that you're his assistant and he needs you.
This is my personal bitch. Excuse me?
Play along. I don't have a choice anyway.
I don't have no options, so.
He basically says you're his fucking muse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's true, but still.
And here are the people that called us. Also the
Fucking
people
chunker.
Of course.
They made fat cats just for this expansion.
Just for this, yeah, just
and to hit the punchline of, you know, the city of rich people is full of fat cats.
Yeah. They these are also the people that threw the previous guy out the window. Or out of Yulmore because they're like, he can't paint.
No, out the window. Let's just say out the window.
Yeah, out the window.
Lord and Lady
Because I like to
Charlie,
imagine
pray
everybody's
forgive
near a
our
window at
intrusion.
all times.
There's a word for that.
You were in search.
Administration.
I was gonna say cleansing.
They're also called the Chais. I love how he has that like little pause.
It's a wonderful word. Defenestration.
It's such a fun word to say.
I can't say anything.
Magic cards.
It really is.
I can't say anything, but you will learn to love Dulia Chai. Oh!
It's true.
Oh, got it 63 out. How is it so cold? Oh. I'd rather it be cold. It's freaking hot over here, dude. Even though I'm in air conditioning, Raven. Also, Patrick, thank you for the sub. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Yes?
No, I was just gonna say, I will take any and every chance I can get. Whenever winter comes, I will open every window in my house. It's free air conditioning. I will take 3 feet of snow on my car and clean it off every morning over 108-degree weather.
Absolutely.
At night. At night.
We are all winter enjoyers here.
Fuck
I love
yeah. In the snow.
I love that the sub notification was Orihime from Bleach saying the bread is here. That's actually my voice. That's me saying the bread is here. That was an old project, but I still love it. Wait, legit? Yeah, no, that's me. That's me. God. Can I still imitate Stephanie Shea?
Can you?
That's from Bleacher Bridge. No, it's not from Bleacher Bridge.
That's much older.
No, I'm from it's so a couple years back, Jester and I were in a project, a very ambitious one, but it was for a project of someone wanting to animate the final arc of Bleach. But it was gonna be like a fan animated arc. We only ever got 1 episode out, but I played Orihime in that. Wait, that was Retro Rhino's. Yes, Patrick, that was I played Orihime for Retro Rhino, because I was able to imitate Orihime, and the way I would get into the voice is I would say Ichigo over and over again. That's how I would get into the voice. It was just like Ichigo, and then I was Orihime, and it's a little bit hard to get back into the voice because I haven't done it in a long time, but the bread is here! Can you believe it? They're about to throw this all away! What a waste. See?
That's a pretty good. That's still a pretty good imitation of Stephanie.
Yeah.
It's 7.5 then.
My throat is a bit fucky, but yeah.
No, I give her credit for that. That's a pretty good.
I'm just fucking with her.
No, I could hear my voice be a little bit like scratch near the end bit, but because usually I have to like warm it up into there. I have to say Ichigo a lot to get into it.
It's so like when you're in the business, or like I guess I say business. When you know people and you do the things they that they do, whatever. When you're a voice actor, fuck it, I can say that. I've done shit for money, so now I can say that. When you do a lot of weird things to get prepared. I personally try to sing like Freddie Mercury to prepare myself. Like I'll listen to everything or whatever. I'll do Elvis. I'll like get pretty close. Not exactly.
Patrick says Orihime has a rather unhealthy obsession with Ichigo. Honestly, I don't think so. She's as into Ichigo as every female protagonist, duratagonist, in a shonen thing. She's obsessed with Ichigo the average amount. She's a girl that really likes him. Yeah, no, she's not. I wouldn't say she's obsessed with Ichigo. She doesn't do everything that she does because of Ichigo.
This isn't a yandere thing. No.
That's not fair to Orihime. I love Orihime. I used to hate her. I love her now. I remember thinking that was an official thing when I first heard of it. That project, we tried to get quite a couple people that could sound as close to it while still also being able to act. I don't know. Actually, I remember Retro Rhino had a stream with a YouTuber who does a lot of Bleach and Shonen Jump content by the name of Tekking. They had a stream afterwards, and they were talking about like the voice actors for the project. And when he talked about me, it actually made me like really blush. I'm really happy though, where it was like from all the phases of like getting voice actors and collecting lines and getting
Tekking
people.
101.
Yeah, Tekking 101. Yeah.
Neat.
They did a stream where they were talking about the voice actors, and a part that made me really happy was when they were talking about the voice actors, the process of getting their lines, getting redos, getting things like that. When it came to talking about me, I think if I'm remembering it correctly, first off, they were like, did you get the actual voice actress? And it was like, no, we didn't. She's really good though, isn't she? But what really got me happy was Retro Rhino mentioning that out of all the voice actors, I barely had to do any retakes. Everything was kind of ready to go from the get-go. I was really easy to work with, and that makes me really happy. That makes me really happy. So I like to think I'm easy to work with. Oh, dude, I get into character. I'll sing Green Day. Ichigo's obsessed with Rukia, though. I still wouldn't say that either. Ichigo's Yonder Orihime. I want to see an alternate universe where that's the case. Nah, that's not fair. Tekking 101 is awesome. I love his stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen his stuff. I don't really watch most of his stuff, but for a while when that was all happening, he talked with Retro Rhino a lot. Ichigo saves Rukia because she is his friend and he'd help any of his friends like that. Oh, I remember I was supposed to be in it, actually. I got in as Yamada and we got interviewed on a podcast. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't if there was any interviews and stuff, I never got the chance to be in it, probably because of work and stuff. Yes, but he knew her for like a month and decided to go Viva la Revolution for her. She saved him and his family and was going. Yeah, I think it was also Ichigo kind of wanted to repay that debt, because if it wasn't for Rukia, his family and him would have probably died to a hollow. Jester. I can't remember the name of the third seat from Squad 12. I think his name was Akon. Jester played Akon and played Ivern. He was gonna play Ivern, so you hear Jester in the beginning and the end of that first episode, and Jester did an amazing job. But yeah, and Jester also helped, if I'm remembering correctly, didn't you also help with some voice direction for some people?
A little bit.
I know you helped with voice direction for the actor who played Uryu.
Yeah, I helped a little bit with
Yeah.
Naughty.
Yeah. But either way, that was a really fun project. We knew for a good bit that it was gonna take a very, very long time, and because of that, it might not be happening because again, it's all volunteer, it's all on free time. People still have to try to make a living and things like that. But what's really awesome is that nowadays, Retro Rhino, who now goes by their actual name of Ryan White, is in the animation industry. He is making anime. He helps make Shield Hero and a bunch of other like really popular anime right now. You can follow him. I think his Twitter is still Retro Rhino or Ryan White. Honestly, because Bleach is back, because we knew at some point, even when the project was still going, we knew that there was still a potential of Bleach coming back for that last arc. And honestly, it'd be really freaking cool, especially now with how much industry work Ryan has done, for him to come back, for him to actually work on the Bleach anime. I think that would be like the biggest, like, that'd be awesome. I think that'd be pretty amazing, because like his whole animation journey truly started wanting to animate that last arc of Bleach. So that's really cool. He's doing well. And we actually saw him a long time ago. We a while back we went to an anime convention in Vancouver, and we met him, and we saw him, and he's a fucking giraffe. He is so tall. He is a giraffe. He is so tall. And I remember he had to do some stuff, so he couldn't be at the con for long. And I was like, dude, freaking, if we're gonna be in the con for like another day or so, is there anything you want us to get you? Because you're probably on the way home anyway, and we'll just like freaking deliver it to you and stuff. And he was like, can you get me a charm of 02 from Darling in the Franxx from the artist alley? And I got him a really cute one, and he made him really happy. He was a sweet guy. He's really sweet.
You guys are reminding me of my first time, how I got into the industry.
Yeah, I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
God.
Let's continue.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fun reminiscing, because I remember my first time getting into this stuff was on the Daily Show. That was a fun trip, because my neighbor was the guy who got all the, like whenever you see the clips from the Daily Show, like then there's gonna be a joke. My neighbor got all that all the footage for the Daily Show, and he's like, hey, we're doing a bit in Philly. Do you want to come down? I'm like, yeah, sure. And there was the Guantanamo Bay skit. It was in 2007. So it was a long time ago. And that's how I started off doing stuff, and now I'm in sound design.
Hell yeah.
And it's a shame, too, because my best work is in a game that's not coming out anymore. It's a Polish horror game. But I got paid. Yeah, that's still something you can probably still pop on a resume though too. I do. Yeah. And I've done like voiceovers for like commercials, like mostly rock stuff.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, like I did one for podcasts, and I did a couple of commercials for like Kiss albums.
Hell yeah.
And I did get to meet one of my idols. Roger Bumpus, of all people, plays Squidward, and I met him through Jason Rutch. He was a teacher, but he also does like he also did tours with like other bands like Kiss, ironically enough, and Metallica and stuff like that.
Yeah, you should have told Squidward to dab.
And Roger, I asked him like. I asked Roger Bumpus, like, how did you come up with the voice for Squidward? It's such an odd thing. And he's like, oh, I just imagine I'm blowing through a trombone. That's the way his voice goes up and down. He's like, I just imagine it's a trombone. And I'm just thinking that's the funniest thing. He's really cool. He's really down to earth. He's really chill.
Oh, that's awesome. It's always fun. It's always fun meeting people like that.
Oh yeah.
But now it's time for us to meet the Chais.
Exactly.
It's time for us to meet the Chais. We only knew that these people threw a guy out the window, and only hope that they do not do the same to us. They were in search of an artist. They made us take a bath before coming in here.
You must be the new
Holy shit, they skipped over that.
Yeah, no, that was all kind of questy stuff. They Yeah, it wasn't a cutscene. They made when you come in, they like they give you an exam and stuff, and the lady at the desk says that you fucking stink, and she tells you to take a shower.
First time we canonically take a bath.
I think in this case it's the only recorded a time that we take a bath. She says that we smell like the outside and the wilderness, and
we smell like ass.
We smell horrible. Please douse ourselves in the shower and break this bottle of perfume over us, please, for the love of God. We smell like
that
hot.
is one of my favorite images somebody did of just like you and Alphanode using the item and you just
smashing
smash the
it.
bottles into your forehead, just like like a fresh summer breeze with a hint of blood.
And it's like
ass and eating ass.
And it's like what I love too is like when after you finish taking a bath and stuff and you go to tell Alphino, he's like, what do we really have to do this? And one of the dialogue options you can say is get in there, Stinky.
I love calling him Stinky.
You can canonically call Alphino Stinky.
Yes.
It's like it's a boring option. Hurry and get in there, Stinky, and Alice would have been drying her hair by now.
Either taunt him with sibling superiority or dab on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. What an adorable boy. That silken hair, those pearly cheeks. Oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better
Damn
than
well
that talentless
better.
wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
I was like that. We sent him packing. No, y'all threw him out a window. Oh boy, I came back seeing a thick lady. Don't worry, Dulia is amazing.
Listen, the Yulmore guard takes care of that. We just told him to get out and stopped asking.
Yeah.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
That's ageist.
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood,
I mean, more often than
we
not,
have
it's
stood
correct.
by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all.
Are you saying, Alphino, that I am your stepsister? I think he is. I think he just said I'm his stepsister.
Listen, it's about time he got a stepsister. The dude has like 5 surrogate fathers.
My bad! I had it back.
Oh, you got bonked. I was like, I'm not that funny. I'm not funny.
What the hell?
I got bonked. Thank you, Mumford, for the 1,000 biddy bonk. I have an odd food question. Does anyone here just snack on cereal, no milk? Just pour a bowl of cereal and stack on it like finger food? I do. I don't like milk.
My boyfriend does.
Heathens. That's
Cereal
that's
is the
heathens,
only
dude.
time I will enjoy milk.
Well,
Otherwise, I despise milk.
Well, what happened? What was
I
that?
drink
What?
straight milk.
What are you doing, step warrior? Dits, bonked, bits, dot, bonks. Squeaky at least waited till he isn't a Shoto anymore. You mean a Shota? Also, he's not. He's like 16, and that means he's gone through puberty. He's just not legal. There's a difference. I know this is a child, but he just called me his stepsister.
I would argue that you can't say that for him yet, because he's still a fucking tiny for an Ellison.
Yeah, he's still baby Ellison. Mumverse, I'm lactose intolerant and I love Cheerios.
I didn't even let you finish. I'm so cynical.
Also, the thing that threw me, Patrick Raven as answered. It's tits. It's the Twitch integrated throwing system. I can get bonked with biddies. Well, Patrick, the throwing system can be activated when someone subs or uses bits, or writes the word thirst, or puts in the command !bunk. It's fun. People have fun here. But what I was gonna say as well, now that I'm remembering, there we go. There's another example. The biddy bonks, they actually have a lot more ferocity, so biddy bonks can actually throw me off the screen.
That seems like a very fun thing.
It is very fun. They have to pay to hurt me so hard I leave the screen. Cast me away from the screen. Like throwing holy water on a she-demon.
That's cool.
It's very fun. Someone threw a pizza. Yeah, it's really random. I can also press this button, I think, and it throws me stuff automatically, but it's random. That's a can. That's a sandwich. That's a pedal. That's a bit. That's a Pokeball. That's an apple. That's a ball. That's more bottles. That's a heart. That's a ball. That's a pedal.
We, however, are inexorable.
Yeah, no, they can't get hurt by it. They just kind of... They don't get hurt by it. It's fun. We have quite a thirsty thirst for our thirsty thirst. Yeah, it's a fun thing. I'm not sure about the current point redeems, if they work. They should. We've also got things like this. I've got a... what's this one? Well, no, it's this one. Do I have it? Hydrate. I don't... Oh. Ah! Yeah, there's a point redeem where that it'll throw a certain amount of bonks. I could have sworn I had the... Oh! It's not a point... Oh, it's in the sound alerts. It's in the sound alerts. When you do a specific channel sound alert, I think it also throws things. Yeah, for every time thirst is written in the chat, it throws a bottle. That being said, be careful not to spam it. One, because of...
Thirsty bitch.
There we go. That one didn't show the alert for some reason. Pretty
Is
sure
it like
I have
YouTube,
that.
if you spam something too much, they'll just delete you out of existence.
I'm not sure. That's why I don't want people to to risk it. But yeah, I think it did throw some bottles at me, and then yeah, it played the little "you look like a thirsty bitch." Anywho, that's what Alphino said, not me. That being said, I don't thirst for Alphino. He is a baby.
Good.
Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Ichigo over and over again. Redeemed say a line no. Does anyone thirst for You'd be surprised. There's a lot of... Honestly, there are people who don't care. There's a lot of porn of the twins out there. There is a lot of porn of the twins out there.
Oh, don't tell me that.
There's porn of everything.
The fictional character, there's definitely gonna be porn of it.
Yeah, like
I know,
that's...
I know, it just... some of it's just kind of... don't...
Of course, there's so much out there. I just choose not to think about it.
Yeah, that's why I do. I choose not to think about it, and then I hear it, I'm like, oh god, I gotta think about it now. I love how your character is giving this guy the side, like, bitch, what the fuck you saying?
Yeah, just like, wow, you are so good at lying, Alphino. Hold on, let me see. There's a way to do this.
What the fuck is up with the light?
I don't know. I don't know why the lighting is being the way it is.
Oh my god, I thought
Once the picture has begun,
it's so
of course,
bright
I
now.
shall have no need of constant encouragement.
It's because the
The passage of time.
it's not the fucking the sun actually the sun. There's a sun behind the light sheen, so
Yeah.
it casts shadows. But
Yeah.
because right now it's always light, it fucks with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so
That's
I'm
why
asked,
it's what's
rather than
happening
her
here.
being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Well, Nedic is dead.
Oh.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content.
The lighting is doing that because Squeaky has actually completed the story, causing the sun to actually exist. I do question why people built a tower and not a bunker. Because they're rich people. They're going to want to live lavishly with their riches. You can't... Unfortunately, they don't like being told what to do.
Also, the thing with Yulmore is, I mean, if you're talking technically, it's a very fortified position. No.
I think... There we go. Sorry about the quick hiccup. I think I was trying to check...
Works well until you start having to clean all the piss and shit out of your elevator.
A small price to pay.
Yeah, we had a small little hiccup. We're good though. Now we're back. Please wait and try to log in later. It did boot me out of the game though because I for a bit lost the internet fizzed, but we're good. We'll be there in just a sec. But
No, I was just gonna say no. I like to be weird with my money.
Yeah.
If I had that kind of shit going on.
But yeah, there's also a reason why.
Of course.
There we go. There's Nedic. Welcome back.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I fizzed out too. It's fine. Just gonna, yeah.
Oh, wait, did the service shut there? My phone died. Okay, I should get home anyway. Doodles.
Okay, you have a good night.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't apologize. Everything's okay.
You guys have a good time.
Yeah.
Bye. Later, Ryan. Or, well, yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. I think we were in this cutscene. I can't remember now. We were just about to we were just meeting the Chais.
Redemption is beyond us.
We were still chatting about the thick lady when I poofed. Yeah, and I think it was this cutscene or the next one, but I can't remember.
The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the Lord.
Yeah, it was this one. Okay.
Cursed place.
Yeah, this is in a world where like beasts are coming up and killing people, and people are freaking starving and fearing for their lives. But all the rich people are fucking living it up in Yulmore, so it makes you wonder, why don't they have to worry about the Sin Eaters? Why are the Sin Eaters trying to attack them? I don't know. Let's find out.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Didn't we already play this one?
Well, the Chais are somewhere in this. I cut out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it was the second one. I couldn't remember which cutscene it was, so I don't mind playing it again. I mean, Yulmore has the beehive. It does have the whorehouse.
Yeah, it's great.
Anyway, here they are. Especially given several Sin Eaters can fly, so a flying city is maybe not a good bulwark as you would expect. I have an important question, says Franz Lancer. Ask away while we try to catch up.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
So people are not one for one, though there are a few analogous entities.
Adorable boy.
Which you'll see as the story goes on.
That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. artist. I am positive he will paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as
He doesn't smell like ass. He must be perfect.
packet last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
To explain why I don't talk.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content.
Cool. Where are your weapons at? I wanna
Isn't
buy
that
one.
right,
Shit.
darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
Alrighty. So he's like, so I would really like it if my assistant, my stepsister, can do whatever she wants. Oh yes, fucking of course, you ain't precious child. I love you. So we do. We go fuck around and run around, and we go see how Alphino's doing with pictures and stuff. And again, he's a pretty bomb artist. Then we find certain things. Oh, hey Crimson Dragon, how you doing? Welcome. I think we're about to get scolded because there's a bit of a commotion going on, and it's kind of our fault, totally our fault. And just before that, there's a scream somewhere, so we go and figure it out. And we're gonna go figure out why we heard a scream.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
So Vothri is essentially, for all intents and purposes, the Lord of Yulmore, the king, whatever you want to call him. He's in charge.
So fat fuck.
He's attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy. Mercy.
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud.
Fraud. Fraud. He didn't have to roll the R, but he rolled it anyway. He is guilty of fraud. I just like how he did that. I love good delivery. It really
Good
makes
times.
or breaks a line. Delivery really makes or breaks it.
He came to us claiming to be a man of business, yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but.
He looks like he could be a raid boss.
It's a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and
But he
live
doesn't get up on
only
his
to
own. He
take
rides the
are a
line.
blight upon our society.
Because we live in a society.
Sure do.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony.
I ain't doing
the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear.
Let's see. Oh, I want to see what some people in chat said. We don't need to attack this guy. He's minutes away from a heart attack. At first I thought that lion thing behind him was some weird statue, but now I realize that's a real lion thing.
Yeah, that's a signature.
Is that a naked angel stroking a winged lion? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Those are sin
Sin
eaters.
eaters are really sexual sometimes. It's really weird.
Neat thing about the angel, it has the same skeleton as the succubus.
Yes. God, I could go on for ages about how amazing Vol 3's VA is. Sin eater and not naked, as they have no skin technically. They're just visually appealing. Oh shit, we're about to get the burn. Not gonna lie, so far I'm a fan of Semi Shota Elf Boy. Alphino?
Have you only just started watching these streams? Because Alphino's been pretty prominent.
Cerberus, I'm pretty sure you've been here since the earlier movie nights. It's Alphino. It's Alphino.
Listen, changes in outfit can be confusing.
It's our boy.
Outfit,
I love how this guy's neck looks like a turtleneck.
Yes.
Take a good look at him, Nightshade.
Take a real good look at him.
Take it all in.
Yeah.
No,
no, it looks like his neck is about to swallow his head.
Yeah, it does.
He has a lot of weird details on his body.
Looks like a sandworm devouring a golf ball.
His entire design is unpleasant.
He has a rat tail. It's fucking dumb.
A little Anakin Skywalker rat tail going on.
He's got like he's got like a big like Buddha belly too, and he's got like a like a pink sash. He's got like all this bling.
When you could be when corpulent isn't a good enough word to describe you, you might want to reconsider what your diet is.
I know what his
You're right.
diet
He
is.
clearly doesn't eat enough.
Like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure, sir, but the qualifications of wearing a necklace is having a neck in the first place. You, sir, do not have a neck. You have chins.
You have at least 4.
He went far past fluffy. He also has a face on his titty. Did you notice that?
Yeah, it's a massive part of his outfit.
Oh shit! I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to point it out, and then if no one pointed,
and he was being really unsubtle about it.
I just wanted someone else to notice.
until I decided
Yeah,
there's also a
always
face on his titty. Good shit.
Yeah, he's got that good map.
Do the eyes open? Does he have to clean the baby?
If you look at the face, you look at its face, its eyes are open.
Oh god, does it leak?
Oh, I'm sure it blinks.
The lion, the lion, the outfit is this guy a Roman emperor. For however much
a
that
very Byzantine-esque aesthetic.
for however much the man is eating, I think the Satan must be eating far more, assuming that name is accurate. Alrighty.
The Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
Yeah, he's like, I can control the Sin Eaters, so people have to listen to me.
I am.
Now clap for your god.
Hey.
What's the difference?
Let me act on my own accord.
A lot.
Game.
I like how the tail raises for like the aura.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Why are you here? Also, she got him a cute little outfit. He doesn't have his poncho anymore. Painting. I'm here because I paint.
An artiste. Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
You're getting freaking triggered, dude.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Land.
Oh, this got fucking bitched out.
Hi.
Can you walk? I think so.
I just love how the limbo rings on my character make it look like her eyes are just always glowing. He just finally processed that. It took him a good minute to process that. Yeah. What did he just say to me? Suddenly Alphino has earned 1 respect point. Oh shit. Cardio. 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 Cardio.
He's trying to stand.
I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
I see.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really show in the cutscene, but they basically go over it. They believe the Sin Eaters, or at least around here, believe Sin Eaters are messengers of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna go usher you to paradise if you're worthy.
Yeah. During the time we're exploring.
Hello, driven stranger.
Yeah, during the time that we're just faffing about, we meet a girl who's hiding away. she was brought to Yulmore to sing, but she can't sing anymore. She can't sing. So she gives you a piece of mule, a piece of ass, and tells you to take it to this dude in the hobo jungle, and says, tell him what my situation is. He kind of knows everything, and let him know what's wrong and how I can fix my voice. You go to that dude, you give him the mule, and he's like, well, thanks for the ass. She probably has like throat cancer or some shit. She can't sing anymore.
You gotta chop that shit out.
Yeah, you've got a tumor in your throat. That's you know, doing anything means she can't sing anymore. So yeah, there you go. And you go back to her and you tell her, and she's like, what? I can't sing anymore. But if I can't, then they're gonna throw me out and I'm gonna die, and then I can't.
No, she's actually way more upset for the guy who let her in.
Oh yeah, that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clearing things up. Yeah, so she's like,
I'm gonna disappoint him.
Yeah, I'm gonna disappoint the guy that brought me here. What am I gonna do? And you see that guy, he comes in, because he's looking for her, and he's like, no, don't worry, I don't want you to leave. Even if you can't sing, it's okay. And that's when you hear the term of ascension, and you're like, ascension? What the fuck? And that's more or less where you hear about the Sin Eaters being seen as gods, and you think that's really weird, and that's when this kind of stuff starts happening. But yeah, so after what happens there's no other cutscene, which surprises me. But after that, after Vothri throws a temper tantrum, we decide to leave Yulmore. Alphinaud decides we can't stay here. So we leave. We get a really cute scene with Dulia Chai, where she's like, please don't leave. We'll talk to them. We'll calm everything down. It'll be all right. Just don't leave, Alphinaud. We love you. Like, Dulia is in love with this little boy. She wants him so badly. He's so cute. She's like, in her mind, she's adopted this boy. She loves him.
Yeah, legit. She just basically adopts Alphinaud over this expansion.
She just
he gets another father figure and now a mother figure.
Yeah, just love at first sight. She just fell in love with him. Just adorable, precious bean. So him having to leave like kind of breaks her heart, but she's like, no, it's okay, but come back, please come back at some point. And he's like, oh, I have to give you back the clothes, because those clothes, she got him new clothes. She was like, I want to dress him up, I love him. So she's just a mom, a total mom. And he's like, I'll give you back these clothes. And she's like, no, you gotta keep them. But just come back at some point. But we leave and we head back to the Crystarium, and now we're going to go find Alize. So let's go find Alize.
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Areg, once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a somewhat
I'm gonna tap out. You guys have fun.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
He told me
Later.
Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people.
Take care and he's gone.
So it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
I love the song that plays here.
Yeah, it's really chill.
Yeah, it's very like lo-fi.
Lo-fi beats to save the world too.
Yeah, no, I really liked Amarang's place song. I'm not sure if it plays now only for the daytime, but I really liked it. Okay. Damn it, Alfie, you could have at least kept the clothes. Oh yeah, no, he keeps the clothes. He keeps the clothes. He doesn't go back to the poncho. Look at them. It's a kobold, but it's actually a mord. Everything has different names here too. Like Mikotes, I think are called. I don't know what Oh, they're called like Mistles.
Mistles.
I can't remember what the Aura are called. The Elizin are called elves. Like things like that.
Rothgars are called Ronso.
Yeah. So, kobolds are called mords. So when you see a mord, it's like you see a kobold.
Mordem time.
Yeah, it's morden time.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Maud's.
Souk is
ARR
Mordish for
call
city.
on.
As things stand,
Oh, what?
Souk
You
was
lagged
the
like fuck.
largest and busiest marketplace in all Armoray.
You did lag a lot, Lynn. I didn't hear a word you said.
ARR call Tron.
Drawn.
Drawn.
Okay. Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in Amarang.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armoreng by choice, but Maud Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Maud do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
We also don't wear weird little masks that make us look like rats. We are monkeys.
That is why
They're still like rats, though.
They're still kind of cute.
come with money.
You know what
It's funny the kobolds in this world don't talk with like syllables in the entire sentence.
Yeah.
That actually reminds me of Talkaka from Blaze Blue. If anyone knows what Blaze Blue is.
Yeah.
You say that every
If you know
time,
what
Master
Talkaka
Gengen.
is.
Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Oh, he's already playing sugar daddy for me. Thank you.
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and
Oh.
look.
You buy, you buy?
They not seen gold pieces before, or just that specific one?
It's super rare. And
It's
expensive.
super rare. It's a fat coin piece.
This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
They all hear you're carrying a fucking gold piece. They're like, yo, bitch, you wanna buy? Either way, while you're in the moor, you do a couple little errands too. And you go to that one moord that they point you to, and he shows you food that none of it looks appetizing, but you have to choose one and you gotta eat it to progress. And it's gross.
I bought all 5 jars of worms.
I didn't. I think I just chose the meat.
And I ate them all.
Yeah, you eat them all.
They applaud you for your fucking brave and stupid actions.
Yeah, they're like, we can't believe you ate that. Good job. Thanks for the gold, dumbass.
Just 5 whole jars, like you're goddamn right.
We can't believe you did that, but you did it. Either way. We haven't found Alize yet, but we hear about a place called, I think it was like the something inn. we're told if we want to find Alize, we have to go in a certain direction, and that direction leads us to something in, which is apparently just like well, you'll see.
I will be right back. Abel's gonna go out.
Yeah, no worries. Look at that. We meet a girl named Tesleen who works there. Yeah. She tells us she knows Alize.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Yeah, in
Imagine
at Journey's...
if she just ate it after getting distracted.
Yeah, in at Journey's End.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about.
Alize, are you capable of not being awesome?
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
I really love her outfit in Shadowbringers. It's so cute.
Very much so.
We've fought them to a standstill then. The XIV did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the XIV by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home with that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects, but when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it.
The stronger sin eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eater's victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
So yeah. So
yeah, it sucks.
So there's a little boy in the inn at Journey's End called Halric, and he's gonna probably die soon and become a Sin Eater. What they do at the inn is that they watch those people just before they turn, and just when it's about their time, they give them their favorite meal, poison it, and then they die. That way they die peacefully. Because becoming a Sin Eater is a painful process. At least that's what they've learned from observation. So the girl in charge of it right now, Tesleen, she's pretty sweet. We like her. She tells us it's almost Halric's time. We got to get ready for it. He likes this one fruit. Can you go get it for him? Okay, we're gonna go get his fruit, and then I'm pretty sure, yeah, give the nectarine to Tesleen. So we give the nectarine.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Nectarines are pretty good. I like nectarines.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, that was great of you, Alize. That was really mean. Also, have a good night, Cerberus. Thank you for being a part of the stream.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Nah.
You got yelled at.
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The
And
longer we
that's
keep
why
Tessy
you're the
waiting,
favorite.
the harder this will be for her.
Did he just complain to the Samurai King like a Karen in a supermarket? She? No, she just kind of got really mad at him because she had gone again. If you were there for the last times, while everybody was starting to drop like flies, Alize was becoming paranoid and scared and anxious, and she was like, "Promise you will not leave me." And then as we're winning the battle and everything seems fine, it takes her. And the last thing she sees is reaching out for you. Not long after making you promise her that you won't leave her, she leaves you. So it's she did not feel great about that.
Powerful moment though.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
No, wonderful moment. Alright. The time left to us. Alrighty. We'll play these two there's a lot in this. I'm just trying to see here because we're not even at like the halfway point.
Oh.
Shadowbringers is gonna be a doozy because then there's
Yeah,
also
it is.
post Shadowbringers too. Shadowbringers is a fat expansion. Alrighty, the time left to us.
It's the expansion where all questions are answered.
So we're gonna go through these two cutscenes and then I'm gonna take a quick break so I can use the bathroom, and then we'll keep going. We'll probably go for another maybe hour and a half. I was ready for Shadowbringers to be more than 2 streams for main MSQ.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Oh, there, have another bowl then. I'm so fucking short.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here.
Tesleen looks like the monk chick that turned a political gathering into a slumber party where people chatted on the floor. Lise? Yeah, again, similar faces, presets, and stuff. I will say, for what's supposed to be people's last, stay, kind of shitty, but you take what you can get.
It's the best you can do in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
I love the fact that after we gather poison for them, they add a special ingredient to the food they made for us.
Chemical X?
Yep.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Oh no, our dumb little boy that's about to die has wandered off somehow. Oh no. Our dumb little boy. We need to go find him.
Wherever where he
Any sign
could
of
be,
him?
though.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
These are shit babysitters. Look, they weren't she said she only took her eyes off him for a moment. To give a little bit more context, this kid, well, you're gonna see this kid. He doesn't speak or emote or do anything.
It must be one of the nasty ones.
It's you wouldn't think this kid would wander off with how much nothing he does.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Halric! We have to run! Tessie! No!
Oof.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Yeah.
No, 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 no!
Thus, Alize collects another traumatic experience.
I think that's true. I think everyone did in this situation. That's fucked up.
Yeah, and it sucks too because it happens. Huh? No, you go first.
People say birth is a beautiful miracle.
Well, I mostly think it was like she just literally finished saying that no one deserves to die in pain. That the final moments of one's life is precious.
Yeah.
And then she thinks back to her mother and that how she was grateful that her mother didn't have to suffer becoming a sin eater.
Yeah.
But in order to save this boy, like, yeah, you know, she only chopped its wing off. And it should have made sure it was dead. But that was where, like, we have to run. She probably didn't think it would recoup so quickly. It still flew away with like half of a wing, which is still crazy. But yeah,
scary.
She didn't die in pain. She survives in agony. Yes, it's pretty much not a human anymore. She's pretty much like
gone.
Yeah, like those last words, like she's gone. After that, she's gone. I don't know what the fuck Ishikawa was on when she wrote the story for Shadowbringers, but God, this is such a fucked up story.
It was on the good shit, man. This shit is awesome. I fucking love it. That is so fucked and dark, and I adore it.
Yeah. So, the little blurbs leave it. Yeah, the road back to the inn is a somber one indeed. With Alize still reeling from the loss of her friend, it falls to you to console the inn's surviving carers. Which, yeah, you go back to the inn and you tell them what happened, and they're like, "Fuck, we lost. We lost one of our own. But we still have to take care of these people. We still have to take care of Halric. We'll man the fort." Tesline's colleagues are understandably devastated by the news of her fate, but they seem comforted by your stoic presence nonetheless. This does little to assuage your guilt at failing to prevent the atrocity, however. You wonder what Halric must be feeling beneath that silent mask. As before, your attempts to engage the boy are met with a blank stare and nothing more. The sudden tragedy has cast a pall of hopelessness over the inn and its residents. Everywhere you turn, you see faces etched with grief and sadness. Eventually, at that though, not Tesline, Alize is like, well, I think I'm done here. I think I'm done here. Let's go back to the Crystarium. You've gathered up my brother, you say? Let's go back to the Crystarium. I'm gonna be traumatized for the next bit.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, well, wow. You missed.
You missed all the important shit.
You missed a lot.
You missed the hypest shit.
You missed a lot.
You missed how a Sin Eater is born.
What's the synopsis? What's the 10-second synopsis?
A really good person got gutted like a fish and turned into an absolute abomination of life.
Yeah.
Oh, neat. So the elf boy's dead?
No, it was an NPC.
No, it was an NPC. It was a girl.
You were gone for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
We're not even with Alphino anymore.
Yeah, I think you just missed all of the Alize chapter.
Like all of it.
The Alize chapter also explained a little bit more about the flood. Again, the light came in, drowned a lot of people in it. A lot of people died from that, birthed the Sin Eaters. Essentially also saying that the Sin Eaters are the people who were caught up in that flood of light. And there are some that are stronger than others, that when they attack you, they in her words, quote unquote, plant a seed, which then turn other people into sin eaters. You go to this area where your friend, the one that you came here for, is being a guard, protecting people at essentially a makeshift inn for people who are about to turn into these sin eaters. But this is like their death row, where they spend the last of their days, they have a final meal, and they pass away because the meal is poisoned, obviously. So you meet this little boy his time is coming up, and they've got to prepare his final meal. They tell you to get a fruit. You get the fruit, and you know they talk about how the chick who helps run it, her name is Tesleen. She's like, this is always hard, but it's for the best. They don't deserve to suffer. Everyone deserves to be happy. And she brings up something called the Warrior of Darkness. It's a legend. It's a fairy tale. Someone who will you know, judge man and eater alike, and brings a cute little nursery rhyme. It's essentially a hero, a hero of legend, that'll fix everything. But you know, that totally doesn't exist. And we're like, oh, that's really cool, Tesleen. And she's like, okay, you know, it's time for dinner. And someone comes in and says, this little boy, he's missing. The little boy we're gonna give the fruit to, he's missing. We don't know where he went. And you go to find him, and you find him about to be attacked by a big bad sin eater, like a big strong one. We're like, oh fuck. And just as that sin eater is about to kill him, Tesleen comes in and she fucking cuts its wing off, and she's like, we gotta get out of here, we gotta run. But just as soon as she says that, she gets fucking stabbed, and she's like, ow. And she looks at that little boy and she's like, you do not deserve to die in pain. Everyone deserves to be happy. And at that very moment, she fucking turns and dies in agony and becomes an abomination. It's a traumatizing experience for our friend Alize.
It was pretty awful. It was very visceral seeing it transform.
Oh,
yeah.
I would think that'd be.
You know what? Let's do Nightshade a favor and let's watch it again. Let's watch both cutscenes. Let's watch both cutscenes again, just for you, Nightshade. Just for you. Just for you. Okay. This plays right after we hear that the little boy is missing. We gotta go find him. Gotta go find a little boy. Oh no.
You
we gotta go
have
find
no
our little.
idea how into like body horror shit I'm into, because like that's like one of my favorite horror genres. It's really cool.
Yeah, get ready. Any sign of the little boy? No, I can't find him.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
This is our friend. Her name is Alize. She's Alphino's twin. That's why they look the same, but she mostly is decked in red.
Alright. That's a Sin Eater, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Nods.
What?
Suffer like we did. I don't think you know me, do you? To know that it's kind of a thing. It's really cool.
Is that... Oh no! Ulrich! We have to run! Tesleen!
What's with the light? Is the light censoring that?
No, it's because these are remember, the Sin Eaters are beings of pure light. They're demonic.
Okay.
They're light demons. That is a light demon. It has injected her with light, and we just got to hearing that the big ones can turn others into them.
Wherever we can find it.
Okay.
The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain.
Because we also get a little bit of refresher that in this world, beings are made of ether, essentially life force. The life force is called ether, and there's a balance to it. The Sin Eaters create more of themselves by disrupting that balance. And then crave to eat more ether.
Mother.
All right.
Mother.
I got you. That face, though. Oh, okay. Here we go. Look at him looking so apoplectic. He didn't give a shit.
He's about to turn into one. He's kind of losing, and he's like, as they turn, they start essentially losing their humanity and stop reacting to shit. They stop giving fucks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's very close. That's why he was gonna be planned to die.
Yo, that's cool.
No.
That's pretty much it. That was somebody. Yeah, it's due to their skin becoming ceramic, which can't move. There you go. Raven explained it. So yeah, as they're turning, their skin stops becoming skin, and they get like a stonish kind of ceramic complexion, like Raven just explained. Okay. Imagine if they become biblically accurate angels.
Yo,
awesome,
a biblically accurate throne. Good
but
God.
I guess that's a good way to think of the seniors. Think of them as your biblically accurate angels. That's a good way to. Some of them look more terrifying than others. Some of them look fine. Some of them are sexy ladies. Some of them are giant lions, and some of those are that. Some of those, all of that.
Some of them is just like a couple of wheels filled with eyes.
Yeah.
With
So
some fucked up fetus thing in the center.
So for that scene, for a lot of people, was a lot. Because first off, that was, well, again, we're used to and we've seen worse, obviously, but for where this game was going, and considering that all the cutscenes aren't like are kind of in-game-ish, and Square Enix usually wanting to keep its games pretty, the scene was like Mumver said, the scene was where shit got real. It's shown us some crazy stuff before, but to this point, it was like, that was a lot. First off, they really decided to, they weren't shy from using the blend morphs, like when she was screaming and her face was like really like stretched out and distorted.
Oh, yeah.
And like things like that. They usually like to keep things relatively still pretty unless it's supposed to be unpleasant. In this case, they were also fucking around with the blend shapes and things like that to again give that unsettling nature. And then you see what she becomes. And again, like you don't know Tesleen for a long time, but you know what she's doing and the cause that she works for, helping these people not become that. Her whole point was, I don't want people to go through that, and that's how she goes. So that was, yeah. For some people that was like, oh fuck. And yeah, again, this is post-apocalyptic. This is where you kind of learn that sin eaters are people. At first you're like, oh, sin eaters are just fucking light monsters. Okay. And then you learn that no, they were people who were taken over by this light and become monstrosities and abominations. And then you learn again that there's not a finite amount of them. Bigger, stronger ones can make more, and that's how they do it. So this is part of the world building and letting you know what the stakes are. You can't. This is why you want to save this world. People will go through this. Frostlancer, my question is, would it have been worse if they skipped the visuals but kept all the screaming and writhing and pain noises and only show what she became? Let your mind imagine what happened. I was so confused when people were telling me what should have happened. I mean, hell, they showed Ilberd committing not alive, just not finishing it. Fun fact, I accidentally skipped that cutscene. Ooh. That fucking hit me out of left field when it happened. That scene was where yeah. Yes?
So I'm gonna challenge that. Let your mind imagine what happens. Sometimes it's best to show what happens. Like in John Carpenter's The Thing, you don't let your mind wonder what's happening. You see what happens.
Yeah.
Their faces melt. It breaks apart. It turns into like this, something else. And it's gross and it's horrifying. And it's just, it's so awful and it's great.
It really depends on the mood you want to put your audience in. If you let their mind wander too much, then yeah, they can imagine a myriad of things. But at the same,
want to have a base.
But at the
core thing.
But at the same time, there will be instances where you want to show them what happens. You want to make it feel closer to home, feel it more tangible when you show them this is what happens. Like if they just show her get stabbed and then light happens and we hear guttural screams and pain noises and sloshing and then we see what she turns into, I mean, some people would say they would still probably get the general feel, but it's a bit more visceral. It's a bit more, oh God, when you see the process, when you see her face distort, when you see her face and her eyes are rolled back and her face becomes that waxy porcelain ceramic look, when you see her get stabbed, when you see the light coming out of her, when you see the light shining and now she's this balding figure with its tongue hanging out, reaching out for this boy before becoming this feathery cocoon egg pack thing, and then her bursting out. Seeing the process, even if you don't see the process in its entirety, seeing it at glimpses and angles as it's happening, it kind of reminds you of someone looking at it and then looking away and then looking at it again. Like kind of like when you see a car accident. Like it's just like, oh God, oh my God. It's so much worse than someone just telling you how bad a car accident was, So it makes you feel there. It makes you feel like you can't look away.
So this reminds me of two parallels. The first thing is the Jaws thing. The movie Jaws, where it's like you only see like bits and pieces of the monster before the climax happens, and it's like, hey, we're in the end game now. This is what the shark is, and this is what it looks like. This is how big it is, and you're just like, oh, and you kept it under wonder the whole time, and people are screaming and stuff like that, and and then there's that payoff of like seeing the monster. The other parallel for the body horror thing, I can redirect you to American Werewolf in London. If you've ever seen that movie, you'll know. Okay.
Most movies I can tell you I have not seen.
Okay. So American Werewolf in London is this brilliant movie just about, a werewolf in London. And he's like going insane. But you know how like when you, like in regular werewolf movies, like sometimes they'll cut away to shadow and you'll see like, the guy like twist and turn and stuff like that. Well, in American Werewolf in London, you actually see the guy transform into the werewolf. Like you see his arms lengthen, his hands like elongate and stretch and crack. You see his haunches, like his his hind legs and his haunches and his ankles like split apart and change into like this crazy, like these crazy features. And the guy's face like stretches out and becomes like, a snout. And, that's like, groundbreaking, phenomenal shit to see, especially for the time period when it came out. But that's like, that's like a really cool thing. And I feel like if Final Fantasy wanted to be more crazy and M-rated, they could have done that. And that would have been so cool.
For a game like 14, they don't actually do much body horror, except on monster designs that are also alien. It's important for them to actually show it in this case, as it's setting the tone and showing you this is now on the table.
Yeah,
you hadn't been primed to think in these more visceral terms by the game, and now you have. Asking you to imagine without setting a precedent would be a failure on their part, I feel.
Yes.
Yeah, again, it's one, because, again, not showing it kind of builds suspense. Is my thing, like... okay. I thought I was dropping for a second. For them to, if they didn't show anything, that would build suspense. And again, it makes it feel not like a thing that could happen to you and the people you care about. While showing it to you, again, it feels more real. It feels more... It's more in your face. It feels more like unavoidable. So, it becomes a thing. Are you trying to build suspense, or are you trying to put the audience in a situation of this is what is happening? And in cases of this kind of like tone setting, especially in this case, like Lynn said, it's more setting the tone. You're not trying to build suspense. You're trying to show what's at stake. So that's why they had to show it. Now, the only reason Final Fantasy, in this case, will probably never resort to that kind of crazy body horror, aside from its monster designs, because they've got some crazy monster designs. And Shadowbringers is where they really start, like, I want to say late Stormblood, they stopped pulling the stops. Shadowbringers, they really started showing that they can make some freaking horrifying enemy monster designs. If they did that so much with their characters and that'd be pushing an M rating, and that would really ruin the accessibility of 14. 14's already rated teen. I feel like it'd be harder for people to get into 14 if it was rated M.
Well, yeah, obviously they're not going to put an M rating on something that could like be.
But I'm explaining to you that that's probably why they wouldn't do things like that.
No,
aside from their monsters. Also, they like to keep their game pretty.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I've been this isn't my first Final Fantasy game, so I do get it. I just feel like, like what would it be like if it were like this? And I feel like it would be much more visceral. And I love. I know it makes me sound like I'm a crazy man. Like, oh, I love viscera and body horror and all that other.
Oh no, there's
stuff.
people that love it. It's pretty common. People love it.
Yeah, there's a reason why people still make stuff like that.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm not, I'm not a crazy man.
Oh, you're fucking bad shit, but for different reasons. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna find where you guys live and wear you as skin suits. I'm not that kind of person.
So
that's not me.
Speaking of the body horror, now that Alize has been traumatized for probably the 5th time since getting to know her from the very beginning, it's time to go back to the Crystal Exarch, who then tells us about the Light Wardens. What the fuck is a Light Warden? He will explain. We're still world building. We got Isekai. We got to build up this world now. That's why this expansion's a fat one.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Yeah, see? Seeing the twins, it's set dressing. The twins are set dressing.
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and Untold sacrifice. We have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmor might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
So pretty much, Light Wardens are the bosses. There's only a handful of the bosses. Alize's side teaches you what happens if we let the Sin Eaters run amok and what they will do to the remaining surviving people. On Alphino's side, it essentially shows you Vothri, who for now is our big bad. Why? He can control the Sin Eaters. And through promise of keeping the Sin Eaters culled, he is able to offer a paradise. Obviously, because he's become a big fat evil ruler, disobeying him means potentially him sicking Sin Eaters on people. We don't want that because, as we've seen at Alize's side, what happens when that happens. So,
get in line or get fucked.
Essentially. So now with the Light Wardens, it's like, if we go after the Light Wardens, this might piss off Vothri. Not might, it will. Which means that he'll sick the Sin Eaters on us. Which it kind of can, keeps the thing. So that's pretty much what they've just said.
Don't forget his 12 jowls.
Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating.
This displeases the jowls.
A bit late to the discussion, but showing the transformation as well as then showing your party that is nearby can lead you to imagining what your party members might look like should that happen to them. Oh man, there's something I want to talk about, but I cannot talk about it because it's super duper spoilers for late in the expansion. But if I remember, it's going to be a fun conversation.
My friend, you are never too late to a discussion.
Yes. Cerberus, oh, welcome back, Cerberus. Back to let my hair dry. Gonna post my Kato theory and disc. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, Lord.
Your theories, for as crazy and batshit as they are, Cerberus, are a treat. They are a treat. I like your theories.
Am I gonna like these theories?
They're based on they're based on Jake's Final Fantasy game. I would also I'm really excited for this one, Cerberus, because I love Kato. So fucking fire away. Let's go.
Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall.
There it is. Enjoy. I will look at it soon.
I'm gonna look at it right the fuck now.
Don't spoil me. Are you sure that eliminating the warrants will be enough? I'm not sure. I follow. Are we sure that eliminating the warrants will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
Yes, more world building!
Yes!
Yes, actually. Give.
Yes.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds.
Idle drop.
This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy.
Exarch's magic is so cool. Like, bro, let me do that shit.
Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold.
By the way, how many party members, quote unquote, have we had throughout 14 so far? When it comes to 14,
Define party member.
Yeah, define a party member, because the closest thing to your party members, quote unquote, is the Scions. Oriange, Y'shtola, Alphino, Alize, Lise until she left, Papalimo until he died. Those were the closest to, oh, Thancred. They're the closest to party members that you had. They were the reoccurring characters that also helped support the story. Other than them, you're a one-man show.
Yeah, well, canonically, you soloed all the big bads of most of, really everything.
Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Stand back, guys. Let me solo her.
Yeah. It's essentially your character is basically I have to solo her.
Yeah.
Because if anyone but me does it, they will turn into mindless slaves.
So you're told to go to Hallminster Switch, which is a place being attacked by Sin Eaters.
Not the Sin Eaters.
Yeah, not the Sin Eaters.
For fuck's sake.
Fuck.
Kill them.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna go do. We're gonna go break. We're gonna
fucking crush their balls.
After at the head is the Light Warden, which was this. We've killed it.
It's releasing its ether. Fall back. We cannot let it touch us. Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw.
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor.
Don't worry about
Now
the bunny
we have
girl.
a way to contain that corruption.
She's just kind of there for now. She's just a guard. She's the first bunny girl that we see.
The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Yuna is awesome. I love her. She guards over the Crystarium, so...
He is the guard.
Yeah. Also the bosses of the dungeon, yes. So that big thing that was there, that was the... It was a village overrun with Sin Eaters. We kill them all. We find the Light Warden there, and we've killed it. Now, normally when you kill a Light Warden, another one just pops up. So they're like, what's so special about you killing this one? Well, we just ate it.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Woo! That's a nice change.
Yep.
They're probably going, what the fuck?
I just realized I might be worried about whether or not Final Fantasy XIV will be a solo journey. It is and it isn't. It's an MMO. So the Night Sky does exist.
MMOs are 90% of the time not a solo journey. I mean, 90% of the... You might be able to get away with 90% of the solo journey.
Like, there will be times, obviously, the MSQ, you will mostly be doing it. If you play alone, you're gonna be alone. Not 13, Squeaky, 16. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong.
Ah.
But wait, no, they wrote that wrong, though. X1V. 16 is 1V, is XV1. They wrote 14. Oh, 16, okay. You can have a party throughout the entirety of 14 except for when the story demands it to be a solo game. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, 16. 16? Okay, yeah, okay. I read, okay. I read that wrong. Okay, I'll take the L for that. I don't know about 16, unfortunately. I've not seen really much about it. I don't really like following hype, and I don't like watching 50 trailers for one game. Not into it. So... yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, but going back to what I was saying though, with 14 it's only a solo journey if you play alone. Also, they never said the Night Sky didn't exist. It's just that no one saw it for 100 years. So no one was holding their breath for it.
How the hell are there crickets?
Crickets.
Crickets don't need night to exist.
Yeah, they don't need night to exist.
No, but they're most active at night.
Yeah.
Well, they gotta be active at some point when there's only day. Like, they didn't just die off. Things adapt in 100 years. Like, when you first arrive here, it's all late, and you see a dude, and he's like, what's some dude doing out here in the middle of the night? And you're like, the fuck? The middle of the night? And it's like, dude.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Oh yeah, he's a librarian. When you're supposed to be traveling around the Crystarium, you beat a bunch of blokes. One of them's this dude. He's in a library. And, yeah, that's it. I find it funny how they give him long hair and it's like still clips. Morin is a good boy. Morin is alright. He's a librarian. So yeah, everyone's kind of freaking out. Holy shit, the night sky, the sunless sea is what they call it.
It's really cool. The effect of the fucking the heavens being split apart.
Yeah.
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The
Okay,
legends
now
are
I
true.
know what I was talking about.
My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete.
Oh yeah, during this dungeon, you find the Sin Eater that, you find Tesleen, and you kill her.
You find this, and the first boss in this dungeon is the Sin Eater that did it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know what question I was asking now, because it kind of came off as kind of a blanket question.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I asked why do crickets even exist is because they are nocturnal animals and all of their food comes out at night. So
Yeah.
being day all the time, their food would kind of die off because their food wouldn't exist anymore either. So that was my question.
You see, a century
It's not that
of
deep.
It's
not that deep.
Yeah, it's not that deep.
That's that thing of it's not that deep.
Yeah, it doesn't go that deep into
Don't
it.
think too hard. Don't think too hard about why did they have cricket sound effects.
Don't think of too much of the minutiae of this.
Yeah. Like, no, it's okay.
It's not a bad question. It's just that's a few layers too deep.
Yeah, it's that thing of like, like Frostlancer said, night and day still exist. It's just bright all the time. And yeah, one can use the logic of, well, during the night, freaking, that's when the nocturnal creatures come. Well, the problem is there is no night, quote unquote, night anymore. There's no period of darkness. And at some point, animals got to go out and do their shit. It just sucks now. So they probably found a way to adapt, whether it is they started burrowing or maybe started hunting underground. I don't know. Maybe the crickets started eating other things now that their usual prey wasn't coming out as often. Maybe the crickets adapted. To be fair, all the plants would also die, so getting too much sun except weeds. Unkind Bear says, life finds a way, and that's that part of, again, well, here's the thing, the light isn't sunlight, it's just light ether.
It's not, it's, like the sun, like suns are big balls of, like, fire.
This light, this is just energy, this is just ether. It is not creating heat. It is not creating radiation. It is not creating thermodynamics, as far as we know. We don't know the ins and outs of it. We just know that it's bad.
It's real bad. It's just shiny.
If we start going into the nitty-gritty of science and nature, flora and fauna, we're gonna be here all day dissecting it. And this is a fantasy. Just take it.
To be fair, though, in defense of this, There are some people in class quests and stuff you'd go that people talk about the inner workings of how the world is.
Yeah, there are some quests, I don't know which ones, but if we go into like just regular Eorzea, not even just Norvrent where we're at right now, side quests usually also help as supplemental material for building the world. Information that, even though you don't need it to enjoy the game and the story, is nice for people who want it. Not the ones that they look for it, but it's, you know, as you're progressing, whether it be your jobs or you're doing side quests to get money or to unlock a dungeon or whatever, it's information that also gets thrown in that also helps build the world. Like, a quick example, when you do your Bard and Archer quests, you find out that one of the city-states has a very bad xenophobic problem. And, you know, that's not something you need truly to progress the game, but it's a cool thing to learn that helps you build the world and makes it feel like a world with places and peoples with problems. And there you go. You know?
Yeah, it's just like, you know, the whole, what do you call it? There's regular logic and then there's anime logic. I like to know what I'm working with.
This is a fantasy game.
So
It's not.
logic.
I wouldn't even call that anime logic. It's not just something that's restricted to anime. It's literally just
something
that.
I call it because it's easier to call it that than it is to call it anything else.
I would just call it fantasy because it's pretty much that. Like, at the end of the day, this isn't like not even the setting currently right now. Just the our world, the source in the game. It's like Earth, but it's not Earth. We're not in the Milky Way galaxy or like or just any fantasy world. Just because it looks and feels and acts like Earth in some spots, in some cases, doesn't mean it absolutely is. Just because we see a dog and a cat here and there doesn't mean that they also have, you know, birds and fish. They might have similar things that look like it but aren't exactly one-to-one. We cannot assume it is one-to-one because then we're going to get into conversations like this where we dissect the nitty-gritty anyway.
It's really funny when I think there's some points in the game where just passing conversations you see pop up where it's like, hey, why are like cats and Mikote, what's that about, right? And you gotta talk about, and then you throw Hrothgar in, and it's like you just little joke things on the side. If we have like NPCs talking about.
Yeah, it's like if Hrothgar came from cats, why do we still have cats? If Mikote aren't cat people, why do they act like cats? Like we can't. These are really weird questions to ask. We don't know how to answer them.
And what I'm saying is, people ask us in the game itself. NPCs talk about it.
Yeah, fantasy in general.
They have questions about this. It's great.
Fantasy in general isn't required to go off real world logic. Listen, in D&D nobody poops, and this is the same thing. Yeah, we don't talk about. We literally, while we were in Yulmore, we had what is, until then we could only assume, the only time we've taken a shower. Like in our whole adventure, which even though like the director. Well, no, because it's that thing of Yoshi P has gone off to say that the timeline is kind of in a bubble. It could be a little less than it could be a little over a year or about a year. It doesn't matter. One, so that he doesn't have to age the twins. Two, because who cares, I guess. Even though some people want like not every like it's kind of on you. How long do you think that would have taken? How long, even though there are times in the game that time is acknowledged, that time has passed, Yoshi P will still be like, lol, it's about this much to that much. And it's like, you kind of, at that point, accept what you want to accept. That's very loose canon. So don't worry about it. People are thirsty for him people are thirsty for him to age the twins, very much so.
Well, that's why he won't fucking do it.
Yeah. So it's
I will give this to Nightshade. I'll tell you this. There is a logic within the game's own universe. There is people do explain, and there's a logic and a reasoning behind everything.
Yeah.
And there is physical science. There's not just magic science. There's actual people do science. That's what the alchemists do.
Yeah.
Like it all coexists. It all has its own logic that works, and it works off of, and people acknowledge it and follow these rules within this world.
Yeah, for like
it's really fucking awesome to see.
Yeah, for example, again, the previous instance of like someone mentioned that some plants can't live in constant sunlight, they die. Well, by that assumption, the light that is producing that got rid of the night, easy. It doesn't produce heat, it doesn't produce radiation, it doesn't produce all the things that sunlight does. Ergo, it can still be big, bright, and obnoxious and take us away from a night sky without doing that thing where it destroys all the plant life. You know, you just kind of think about it to fill the gaps, or the world itself will explain it to you in some way, shape, or form. But it also kind of doesn't have to, because a story should never have to hold your hand throughout the rest of it. This is where you use your imagination. Crimson Dragon says, I find that these conversations can be fun casual, but trying to apply hard logic to fantasy settings in a serious matter, no matter how well constructed, can drag down those kinds of things. But that's just me. I somewhat agree, because this is, to me, that's that part where you just kind of have to use your imagination. Like, again, I don't think Shadowbringers explains to you the lack of thermodynamics with the light ether. I just made that shit up based on what I know about how the sun works.
Wait. Raven says, I just want to point out all this started because of cricketnoises.np3.
Yes, it did. I love video games.
I just
anyway. I know.
I just had a question. I didn't want it to be a debate.
It's not a debate because you're wrong.
Whatever
but that's not the
point. Fuck up. I will hit you in the head with a ball peen hammer next time I see you. I swear to Christ.
The other wardens
jokes on you.
Burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion.
Yeah.
Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Oh, I saw a bird. It's over there now. So then you can say, I will become the warrior you need. It sounds like a glorious adventures. It seems I have no choice but to fight. Well, the other two don't make sense for Polo, so.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
He's an old geezer.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
I can't express how hyped I was for being given the title Warrior of Darkness. It's like, yeah, I get to be the bad guy.
But
I
in
get
this
to bring the dark instead of fight
Yeah.
against it. Let's go.
See, it's fun to meme on these worlds' logics at times, like questioning that every race in DBZ knows English for some reason. He's an old man with a body that looks like a spring chicken.
Yeah, you want a good meme on DBZ? Raccoon isn't human. His race is called Raccoon's race. Moving on.
Yeah.
And yes, I think that applies to every other member of the Ginyu Force.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't think it's said in voiced cutscenes that we get to see, but in text. I want to bring this up. So the Exarch, our good boy, the Exarch here, sucks dick at summoning. It's clear. We've seen it happening in real time. This old man spent his whole fucking time in this tower, and he still can't get it right until the 7th time he does it.
Yeah.
He has a crystal fucking tower at his disposal, and he still couldn't get it right.
Yep.
Took him like 6 or 7 times.
Let's see. He took Deku, Yonjay Nistola, Alphino, and Alize.
Yeah, so the 6th time he got it right.
Yeah.
It's okay. You don't fail when you mess up. You fail when you stop trying.
Yeah. God, it's 10:15, but I feel like we've still only scratched the surface.
This is like the first fucking 2 hours in the game, maybe.
Yeah.
If you take your sweet time.
We have gone on some gone on some tangents. So we're gonna we're gonna try to well, as much as we can speed run some of these cutscenes. Warrior Darkness, let's go. The Exarch is looking ahead to the immediate future.
Sorry, I'm actually gonna go. I had to get a shower down the other bathroom and go get ready for bed.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for another 15 minutes and then we're gonna call.
Actually, I want to sit for this because this is fun. Welcome to your official, actual, in-game canon house.
Bedroom.
That was given to you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did I get to stay till the end of the stream? Oh my god.
Quick, just click right now.
You are no longer a hobo of light.
You're now a homeowner of darkness.
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness.
The seasons change.
It's funny how things work out.
These are my private quarters. Been watching, have you?
What the fuck are you doing in my house?
Well,
We have an apartment. It costs us nothing.
I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden.
I love Artbert. I don't know if I can get his axe. I want it.
Those white-haired twins who are with you.
You can.
I remember them from
EVP,
our
yeah,
battle in
this
Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. So when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
I like to imagine that this Warrior of Darkness is your stand, or for the younglings, your persona. Arbor's a pretty shit stand then, because he can't do anything.
Yeah, he don't do shit. He just stands there looking condescendingly.
There you go, that's his stand, is that he stands.
There's plenty of useless stands out there.
But they actually do something.
Meanwhile, somewhere.
Meanwhile, in darkness.
The light was hiding. She's here. I must go to her.
I love how the Crystal Tower looks in Lower Grand at night. It looks so much nicer than it does in Mordana.
There is a night.
Yeah.
It literally does nothing but cheer you on. There is a literal stand that does nothing but shout encouragement into your ear.
Yes, it's called Hey Ya. Steel Ball Run.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Magitech facility in the Source. Meanwhile, back home.
Meanwhile, in the Homestar.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Oh no.
There's intruders where?
Wait a minute, but that's Estinian! Isn't that Estinian from critically acclaimed MMORPG expansion Heaven's Ward? Oh no!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy.
Can we be, though? I kind of want to see more blood.
No, this guy's too cool to die.
No.
Literally.
When the alarm sounded,
It's
I
Daddy.
wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders.
Okay, he said that. It's Daddy.
It's Gaius von Belzar!
He's a cool guy.
He's pretty cool.
The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death. Your armor is most distinct.
And I want it.
Go be a dragoon.
No.
Oh,
It's the guy who carries ARR.
Yours once was. But even
Gaius von
without it,
Belzar.
I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Belzar in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear the receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldassian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
Nah. The two potatoes tracked him down.
Ataru and Kryl are very scary.
They're just like, yo, Kryl fucking put a chip on me.
And Tataru just is everywhere, man.
And Tataru just calls the number.
He just knows, man. It's so fucked up.
Fucking.
I just love the idea of those two little shits bullying him into joining.
Yeah.
This guy ran. He ran so far away. He just ran. He ran all night and day.
He couldn't get away.
Away.
And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
Oh, yes, the weapon, the hyper-neurotoxin.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here.
You too fucking slow, Estinian.
That's
Yet
slow,
this
bitch.
is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
Well, she's just looking at him like, you fucking dickhead.
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured.
I have more questions, but now is not the time. Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
We're literally doing the same thing.
You need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians. I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
I love how they describe Black Rose. It's like, it's worse than poison.
Yeah.
It just takes your soul and then kills it.
Yep.
By freezing it.
An unwelcome guest. I think this is the last cutscene. Well, so let's see. Let me see. There's two 1-bit cutscenes, but they might be long.
I think so. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah. You have a good night,
fun.
Anthony. Yeah.
See you all tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Alright, I think we'll watch an unwelcome guest.
Well.
And that will be our last cutscene for tonight. Let us go. In worried tones, the manager of suites informs you that Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland, and that the Exarch has yet to decide how to respond. It sounds as if you may be needed in the ocular. Essentially stops your blood from moving.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would.
Can't let them know I have a magic mirror.
Gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish. Enter. Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin-Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Yulmore does not like that you killed the warden.
No.
Stay mad, says the Exarch.
1 or 1,000 sin eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly.
It's kind of funny how, like... Hold on. I'll wait till this goes.
Last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistants. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Let's see. Oh shit, it's Ranjit. Oh, so his lord wants the Light Wardens around, keeps the people in line. So his lord doesn't want the realm to be reborn and expect people to simply have their souls go heavensward. Ah shit, the jig is up.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
Stormblood is the one after
If Yulmore chose
Heavensward.
to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
It is noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade.
So unfortunately, and like some would say most rich people do, it really depends. The little tower of rich people who don't help out the rest of the world and just live their days gallivanting in their riches. At least the ruler, Vorthry, wants to control the rest of the world. That's why they want this. That's why Vorthry wants the Sin Eaters and the Light Wardens to stay in their to stay put, because through them he can exert rule. He can say, "Hey, you guys can live in peace, but if you piss me off, I'm going to sick the Sin Eaters on you." It's about control. Meanwhile, the Crystal Exarch is saying, even if none of this was going on, they'd find some reason to come in anyway. They want to control the rest of the world, or what's left of it. It's just how that's how Vothri is. It's mainly just they say Yulmore, but it's Vothri. It's Vothri that's doing it. I don't think any of the rich people that are in most of Yulmore that are just kind of doing whatever really care. They just want to live their lives and enjoy their riches. Vothri wants control.
The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Mentored generations of Minfilias. What?
Wait, generations? So not the same one.
Wait, is this the Minfilia? I'm sorry, generations of Minfilias? God damn it, Minfilia, we were fine with you gone, why'd you come back? They don't care and know what's happening outside of Yulmore. They're content to bathe in sin until the world burns the rest of it away. Exactly. What do you mean by generations of Minfilias?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it. I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights.
No, not bringing her up was the right call. Thank you.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Alright, what's this? Alright, yeah, so they're not gonna go into this because it's more in-game than the normal cutscenes. But essentially, the Exarch makes provisions for war. He bids you seek out Moren in the Cabinet of Curiosity, so go to the library and learn about Minfilia, who does not appear to be quite the person you once knew. You ask Moren to enlighten you on the subject of Minfilia, and the librarian is eager to oblige. By way of a teaching aid, he lends you to fetch a book entitled The Illustrated Tale of the Oracle of Light. Scouring the shelves of the cabinet, you finally manage to locate the volume in question and bear it back to Moren. Book in hand, Moren tells you the history of the Oracle of Light. It appears that, after a mysterious maiden named Minfilia halted the flood a century ago, a succession of young girls emerged who bore a striking resemblance to her, each of whom was immune to the Sin Eater's blighted touch. Believed to be reincarnations of the original Minfilia, they came to be called by her name, and brought their powers to bear against the Sin Eaters as soldiers of the Yulmorian army. This continued for generations until the Yulmorians chose to join hands with the enemy, after which they hunted down and imprisoned the current Minfilia, deeming her a threat to the peace. Though she was subsequently rescued by an unnamed hero, it would seem she has fallen into Yulmorian hands once more.
I'm substantially more on board with this rescue plan now.
Seeing you labor to make sense of the dizzying revelations, Alphino invites you to step outside for a brief discussion. Alphino confirms your suspicion that Minfilia's gallant savior was none other than Thancred. Anticipating that he will attempt to liberate her again, no doubt a great personal risk, you decide to spare him the trouble. At that moment, the Exarch makes an unannounced appearance, however, and after confirming that Minfilia is indeed being held at Luxem Loft, he asks that you allow the people of the Crystarium to lend any rescue effort. And I think around that time is I'm okay, so we haven't done the so this is the around this time is gonna be the Minfilia rescue arc, but this is also where I'm going to end it. It is late. I'm starting to get hungry again. So I'm either gonna eat
solid end point.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to end. When I look at it, it feels like we're only like a third into Shadowbringers. So I feel like Shadowbringers MSQ is probably going to be 3 streams. But again, like Shadowbringers, it takes place in a whole new world.
Quite likely.
And it's thick. It's a thick expansion. But so I think that's where we're going to end off. I'm going to go into my
Also, there's a lot to talk about, so more tangents.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about too. So it could even go to 4. Who knows? So I'm gonna go into this flat ass bed. It says comfy feather bed, and I'm gonna put log out so it goes to the little title screen. Cause I like watching my character crawl into the bed and then just go blep, just pass out. I think it's cute. Also, I pointed it out earlier that I thought it was really cool when now that I see like how the darkness piercing through the light, and I thought it was kind of cool how like that like the edges of the thing is like dark and forms like a V, because the Shadowbringers was also 5.0 and it looks like a V, which is the number just 5. And I don't think that was what they intended to do, but I think it's cool.
Yep.
Fucking bullshit. Male hours sleep like logs.
We're all gonna sleep like
also
logs.
That imagery of parting the Red River.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. But man, we took a good little bite out of no bad joke. No, it's not bad joke. We're in the 5th expansion and there's a big 5 on screen. Devil May Cry did it. We can do it too. Red River? I think you meant the Red Sea, but it doesn't matter. It's the red body of water. It's the red body of water. But I think, is there anybody to raid right now? I don't think so. I'm probably gonna just end stream. Yeah, I think I might just end stream.
Is tired time.
Yeah, and it is tired time.
Yeah,
I did have a lot of fun though. I hope people did have fun. Next week we will be jumping back into more Shadowbringers. Normally I want to keep usually the streams I've been lucky where like the main MSQ would only be 2 streams and then the patch content would be 2 streams, but I'm not sure where Shadowbringers is gonna go. Again, there's a lot of we go into a lot of tangents and there's a lot of cutscenes. It's a very fat expansion, so we'll see how we go with Shadowbringers. It might be 3 nights to finish MSQ. And I don't know if I want to do like a week in between just for it to be 1 more week of main MSQ. So I think we'll probably keep going until we finish MSQ and then we take that one week off. Well, I watch you guys for the tangents and I'm glad you have fun in them. But I think it's time for me to end things. I'm tired. I might stream tomorrow morning. Before Final Fantasy.
See you tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, so see you tomorrow, probably. What we'll be doing is probably going back into more side grinding. I gotta do my Chloe book, and we might continue the Hildebrand quests. So another chill stream. Monday, I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see how I feel. But unless something else comes to my attention, I think tomorrow we'll be doing some more Hildebrand quests, some more lighthearted, funny stuff. I've been having a lot of fun with the Hildebrand quests, and they're not super tied to MSQ, so it's just kind of fun to jump in and hang out and chill and just kind of vibe.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's just silly Final Fantasy shenanigans. I see I arrived at the wrong time. Yes, Cal, we are wrapping up the stream. We've been going for 5 hours.
5 hours, 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 11, 12, lol.
Well, it says 5 hours and 13 minutes for me, but either way.
Oh.
I will see you tomorrow. The Mandervilles in general are fun. It's basically Final Fantasy V. It's really fun. But I will see you guys later. I hope you all guys have a wonderful night. And we will see you, if not for my stream tomorrow, we will see you hopefully at Final Fantasy. It doesn't seem like Cerberus is here. I wanted to read out the Kato theory, but I think instead I'll just read that in the toilet because I have to go to the bathroom. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.